The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 28, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m.
Chair will receive a message.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to a conference on H.R. 2670, National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024, with the House of Representatives.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this September, the Biden administration paved the way for $6 billion in sanctioned funds to be accessed by the Iranian regime in exchange for the return of American hostages. Authorizing this transfer puts us in an incredibly dangerous position and will only encourage Iran and other state sponsors of terror to kidnap more hostages in the future. What we saw in the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and what we are seeing once again is that President Biden has failed to manage our nation's foreign policy. This deal gives Iran access to more money to fund more terrorist activities, including support in regional proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. We know that the Iranian regime is a highly skilled in sanctions, and specifically in sanction invasions, and they will do everything that they can do to hide the true use of these funds. One thing is for certain, this money would not be used for humanitarian purposes, as the Biden administration has claimed. It is time to pass the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act and freeze this money in Qatari banks where it is currently being held. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to enrich itself and continue to funnel money into the hands of known terrorists. Thank you. Madam Speaker, in the past week, the Tucson, Arizona sector of our southern border has encountered over 2,000 illegal immigrants each and every day. This crisis has pulled in Border Patrol resources, including highly trained BORTAC units, to confront the surge of illegal immigrants from across the Southwest. This has left dangerous gaps in our border security for cartels to exploit smuggling deadly drugs like cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl into the United States. Now, after repealing President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, the Biden administration is attempting to use public lands and national parks to house illegal immigrants. This policy shift is a failure, and it is a failure that will continue to have immediate and negative consequences for so many American communities. Places like the Gateway National Recreational Area in New Jersey should not be used to house illegal immigrants who have been allowed by President Biden to remain in America for far too long. Our communities cannot afford to continue down this treacherous path. It is time for Congress to pass legislation that prevents our public lands from being used to support the crisis that President Biden has failed to address with our failed border security, with our failed ability to maintain the sovereignty of our country by making sure that all of our borders are secure. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. Without
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is undeniable that we have a gun problem in our country and that too many people lose their lives to gun violence every single day. We can't take on the issue of gun violence without also addressing ammunition access for criminals and for those who are choosing to harm others across our country. This means holding people and institutions accountable for their role in the public commercial ammunition sales that can get into the wrong hands. Now, just a few weeks ago, the New York Times released a report indicating that ammunition produced at the Lake City Army Ammunition Plant has also been sold widely in the civilian marketplace. Ammo from Lake City has been seized from drug dealers, violent felons, and even rioters from January the 6th. Ammo from the plant has been tied to at least a dozen mass shootings, including at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh and at the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. And let me be clear, this is completely unacceptable. We are demanding oversight, not just over this plant, but the commercial sales of ammunition that is subsidized by the U.S. government and then is turned around and used in mass shootings across the country. And we also need to pass my bill, along with Senator Elizabeth Warren's bill, the AMMO Act, to regulate ammunition sales across the country. This is a serious challenge. People are losing their lives. And Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back my time.
Chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American Concrete Institute recognizes and awards construction projects across the world every year. During the 2023 ACI Excellence in Concrete Construction Awards, the I-74 Mississippi River Bridge, located in Bettendorf, Iowa, took home first place in the infrastructure category. This regional project was started with the intention of improving access across the Mississippi River. The bridge was recently updated to include interchange ramp reconfigurations and interstate and local roadway improvements. Congratulations to the architects, engineers, contractors, and suppliers that worked so diligently to improve this vital link within the Quad Cities across the Mississippi River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize 3 very impressive Norwalk High School students and their recent achievements. Congratulations to Sam Raymond, Carson Guzman, Ryan Peters for receiving the National Speech and Debate Association's 2022-2023 Speaking and Service Award. Every year, the National Speech and Debate Association recognizes students who go above and beyond in their service to their teams, schools, and communities with the Speaking and Debate Service Award. More than 140,000 members, fewer than 140 students received this recognition and reached the maximum number of service points in the Student Honor Society. These 3 individuals earned distinction through their impressive record for speech and debate competition, as well as community service, public speaking, and leadership activities. Once again, congratulations to Sam Raymond, Carson Guzman, and Ryan Peters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Zach Graham, the 2023 Pat Tillman Scholar. This award is inspired by the legacy of Pat Tillman, who left the NFL to serve as a U.S. Army Ranger and ultimately gave his life in service. Zach Graham is a dedicated Army veteran and a third-year graduate student at the University of Iowa College of Dentistry. In 2014, Zach graduated from Iowa State University with a double major in anthropology and international studies and a minor in military science. Zach commissioned as an intelligence officer in the Army, and he was stationed in Germany as the lead intelligence officer for the Army's aviation unit in Europe. Zach transitioned from the military to dentistry when he found his calling, a profession that allows him to make a tangible impact with precision and artistry. Zach Graham's dedication to service above self is truly commendable, and we eagerly anticipate the remarkable contributions he will continue to make. Congratulations, Zach, on receiving this incredible honor and award. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate a passionate and impressive educator from Iowa's very own Pella High School, Mrs. Susie Jones. Mrs. Jones was recently recognized by the Iowa High School Speech Association as their Theater Educator of the Year. Every year, IHSSA selects the winner for this award based on community and statewide impact. Ms. Jones was surprised with this award in front of the entire Pella High School student body. As a parent, I'm grateful to all educators and teachers dedicated to shaping the lives of our future generations. Thank you for your exceptional effort, and once again, congratulations, Mrs. Jones. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, how often do we have a chance to do the right thing, defeat communism, grow the economy, create jobs, reduce the deficit, and secure the southern border all at the same time? All good for America. All good for no matter what party you're from, no matter what part of the country you're from. This is a rare thing indeed. I suggest that we support the Make Putin Pay Act. I suggest we combine it with securing the southern border. How many opportunities are we going to have to do the right thing and use the right assets to do the mission? We can right now use over $100 billion in frozen assets from Russia to pay for the military support required to defeat an invading communist country into Europe. We can secure 70% of Europe's grain stores, so it's not sold to a foreign national government that's unfriendly, but to sustain a bigger, stronger, more friendly Europe. Meanwhile, that money is going to be spent back in the United States to support our defense industry, to create jobs, and through taxes created by those jobs to reduce the deficit. Meanwhile, defeating our biggest adversary in the European theater. If we can combine that with the H.R. 2 and secure our southern border, even better. So let's just get this straight. We win for the economy. We win for reducing debt. We win for defeating communism, and we win by securing our southern border. This is what we're working with right now with the Senate. How many opportunities do we have to combine a Senate and a House resolution to actually do these things? We win, 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 and win some more. I highly suggest that my comrades here in the House support the Make Putin Pay Act. It will use over $100 billion in frozen assets, once again, from Russia to support our economy, pay down debt, and secure our southern border. And with that, I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Receive us, O Lord, this day into your presence. Receive, too, these lawmakers as they return to the Capitol, having spent much needed time with their families and friends, constituents and communities. Receive us all into your gracious plan for this day and equip us for the tests and rigors of this week. Refreshed and renewed from the Thanksgiving holiday, we have opened our eyes and shown our gratitude for the many blessings you have bestowed on us. Remind us then, as we have been so blessed, so we in turn should be a blessing, that the country we serve and the people and concerns these members have been elected to represent would be blessed by the words that are spoken and the decisions that are made here in these chambers. Restore us, too, the honor of bearing the responsibilities you have placed on our shoulders. Transform our hearts and minds so that we will discern and desire to return to you what is good, acceptable, and perfect in your sight. We give thanks that you would want to enfold us in grace this day and every day, and we offer our prayers in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution 114, resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, Representative George Santos be, and he hereby is, expelled from the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privilege of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from California will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not, at this point, determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Pursuant to Clause 12 Alpha of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? The clerk will report.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass this bill, H.R. 4666, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4666, a bill to require the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration to submit a quarterly report on fraud relating to certain COVID-19 loans.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Vasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. And
gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. And I first want to say I am anxious for this to happen. I think we're going to show that America that we have some bipartisan legislation that we can pass and from both sides of the aisle. So I just am thankful that we have some good legislation, and we will see that that may happen too. So I rise today in support of my H.R. 4666 introduced by my friend from Florida, Mr. Bean. For any small business owner, once a problem is identified, they need to get sporadic updates until the problem is fixed. The Small Business Administration's pandemic lending programs should be held to this same standard. The PPP and the Idle Fraud Report Act of 2023 requires the Inspector General of the SBA to submit quarterly reports to Congress that keep Congress updated on the ongoing fraud investigations of the Paycheck Protection Program and economic injury disaster loans. As estimated, $200 billion in potentially fraudulent COVID-19 EIDL and PPP loans were dispersed by the SBA. This massive loss of taxpayer dollars is unacceptable. The American people need to know what the status is of recouping these stolen funds as the SBA's Office of the Inspector General works through their investigations. The report will provide Congress the most recent information vital on the number of both new fraud cases opened, the type of fraud suspected, and the number of investigations resolved to date. Tracking the progress of the OIG's actions will be vital for Congress as we look to piece together the complete picture on how much fraud truly flowed through the SBA and how many of these funds were able to be recovered on the back end. So this information will be vital to evaluate the role the SBA should play in the future emergencies. So I urge my full support from my colleagues on this common sense bill.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of the 6 bills we are considering today. America's 33 million small businesses are the foundation of our nation's economy and account for 2/3 of new jobs. The Small Business Committee has a long tradition of working together on behalf of our nation's small businesses, and I am pleased we are coming together yet again. Let me start off by thanking Representatives Bean and Mr. Mfume for the bipartisan work on H.R. 4666, which will help the committee fulfill its oversight responsibilities. SBA was a lifeline to millions of small businesses throughout the pandemic. More than $1.2 trillion in economic aid was distributed to help businesses keep their doors open. During these unprecedented times, the SBA, under the Trump administration, weakened and removed its internal controls to an effort to disperse funds swiftly. This resulted in roughly 87% of likely fraud originating in the first 9 months of the pandemic, largely due to organized criminal syndicates and transnational gangs exploiting the weakened controls and stealing billions of dollars from the American people. Upon taking office, Administrator Guzman strengthened internal controls, and they remain in place to this day. But the damage was done. In order to improve our understanding and prevent future fraud, H.R. 4666 requires the OIG to send periodic reports over the next 2 years to provide the committee with detailed information that it needs to conduct robust oversight. But let me take a minute to commend our IG and their commitment to rooting out fraud and abuse. I also want to highlight the need to fully meet their budget requests rather than make any cuts. Doing so harms their ability to hold fraudsters accountable. As of this October, their work has resulted in nearly 1,200 indictments, almost 950 arrests, and over 600 convictions. Almost $400 million in seized or forfeited assets and more than $500 million in restitution orders have been returned to the American taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4666 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Oh, from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Bean from the great state of Florida.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the COVID pandemic is behind us. And with that, a lot of the problems associated with COVID have also managed to go away. But fraud remains. And the bill to the American people associated with that COVID relief fraud is here. We've got to deal with it. Pandemic relief opened the door to wide-scale fraud, and due to the lack of guardrails within the SBA and the borrowing structure, over $200 billion of pandemic loan programs were potentially fraudulent. Did you catch that, Mr. Speaker? $200 billion. That's not me. That's not Aaron Bean. That is the Inspector General of the United States overseeing the SBA. He has identified more than 90,000 fraud cases, over 1 in 5, which represents more than 100 years of investigative casework. Mr. Speaker, one of the most disturbing stories to come out of the Inspector General's investigation is the Barbie doll face scam. Do you know about this? This scam wasn't perpetrated by America's favorite Barbie, such as Malibu Barbie, Presidential Barbie, or even Lawyer Barbie, or even Live Action Barbie. No, Mr. Speaker. This was perpetrated. This job was the job of Swindler Barbie. Swindler Barbie's face was used in identification for fake identities who went on to collect millions in fraudulent loans when facial recognition software was used at SBA, and SBA verified the identities as real people. Behind me, this poster shows real faces, real corrupt Barbie dolls that were used to collect fraudulent PPP and EIDL loan programs. Yeah, it's absurd, Mr. Speaker, but what do you expect? This is crazy town. That's why I rise today to speak in favor of my bill, H.R. 4666, the PPP EIDL Fraud Report Act of 2023. But you know it, Mr. Speaker, as the We Want Our Money Back Act. The bill requires the Inspector General of the SBA to report to Congress every quarter, which detailed updates on the ongoing fraud investigations of the PPP and EIDL loan programs. Most importantly, it says we're not going to let it go. We're not going to let it go, and this hopefully will ensure that the pandemic loan fraud will not be swept under the rug. The American people want oversight over a runaway, unaccountable bureaucracy. We just don't like cheats. We don't like cheats. We don't like skippers. Somebody's got to be held accountable. As the Inspector General continues to uncover the abuse of taxpayer dollars, it's important to know Congress know the full extent of the fraud and, most importantly, the progress of getting our money back. To the fraudsters, you can run, but you can't hide. We will find you, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. We will never tolerate stealing from hardworking taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman said, it's been a delight working together, both within the committee and even on the other side of the aisle. To the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume, what a treat it is to work with you as we come together to get our money back, because that's what the American people want. We want our money back. So get ready, Mr. Speaker, and get ready, America. Accountability is coming. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important piece of legislation, because the American people have made it clear we want our money back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume, the ranking member of the Oversight, Investigation, and Regulation Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez of New York, and the chairman of the committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, as well as the co-sponsor of this bill, Mr. Bean of Florida, and to rise today in full support, obviously, of this bill, which requires the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration to submit a quarterly report on the fraud that has occurred and is being uncovered in the small business pandemic relief programs. We do want our money back, and this is about the first step in doing that. On June 27th of this year, the SBA's Office of the Inspector General issued a white paper report that the Small Business Administration dispersed more than $200 billion in potentially fraudulent pandemic relief aid in the form of loans and in the form of grants. It was all done through the COVID-19 Economic Injury Disaster Program and the Paycheck Protection Program. The Small Business Administration also issued another report. It was entitled Protecting the Integrity of the Pandemic Relief Programs. And in that report, they estimated that $36 billion of the $1.2 trillion in small business pandemic relief money was obtained fraudulently. So the criminals and the fraudsters had a payday on the American public. That level of fraud, highly significant in these programs, is absolutely astonishing. It absolutely also reflects the years-long repercussion of the 2020 decision that the ranking member spoke about earlier to loosen the anti-fraud protections in an effort to fast-track pandemic relief. Well, I hope we are learning from our mistakes. It's clear that we have to do all that we can to return all of the money stolen from the federal government and bring the fraudsters and the criminals to justice. And so this bill, which I am proud to co-lead with my colleague from Florida, Mr. Bean, ensures consistent reporting, regular reporting on progress towards the goal by requiring the Inspector General of the SBA, who has come before our committee on a number of occasions, to issue a report to Congress every 3 months, 90 days, which includes the total dollar amount of small business pandemic relief funds that were made and the number and the type of fraud in both the new fraud cases and the suspected fraud cases, as well as the number of fraud cases that have been resolved to date at the conclusion of that 90-day period. We wanted to make sure we were regular in finding the money and reporting the money. And so again, I want to thank Ranking Member Velasquez, Chair Williams, my colleague Mr. Bean for their work on this measure. We do want our money back, and I would urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you. While much of the focus today has been about pandemic fraud, we must also be mindful of the stellar work that the SBA did to help small businesses stay afloat throughout the pandemic. Distributing more than $1 trillion in economic aid was a tall order for a small agency. Today, we are seeing the fruits of their labor. Small businesses have been recovering with unprecedented speed and success, and more Americans are launching small businesses than ever before, with more than 14 million new starts since January 2021. Once again, I thank Representative Bean and Representative Mr. Mfume, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure as amended. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
With an estimated $200 billion outstanding in potentially fraudulent COVID-19 EIDL and PPP loans, there has never been a more critical time for legislation like H.R. 4666. I want to thank Representative Bean for his work on this bill and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join our committee in demanding answers to where this money is and how to rightfully return it to the American taxpayers. I want to thank you for your support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4666 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4667 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4667, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to issue guidance and rules for lenders and the Small Business Administration on handling amounts of Paycheck Protection loans returned by borrowers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 4667, better known as the Reclaim Taxpayer Funds Act, introduced by Representative Salazar of the great state of Florida. During the COVID-19 pandemic, banks and credit unions stepped up to administer the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP. They were able to disperse over $800 billion to small businesses in need. I have said that what these financial institutions did in the early days of the pandemic was a reminder of the car manufacturers in World War II. They dedicated all their efforts to help support our nation in its time of need. And unfortunately, as we have seen in all the pandemic lending programs, some opportunistic criminals took advantage of these aid efforts. Fraudsters were able to steal an estimated $84 billion in these PPP funds. While the SBA OIG continues to investigate many of these cases, lenders themselves have become aware of some of those stolen dollars sitting at their institutions. However, the OIG and some of these lenders have said there isn't any clarity on what they need to do to turn over these ill-gotten funds back to the government. This bill fixes this problem. It requires the SBA to post guidance to lenders on how to return fraudulent PPP funds. The SBA would also be required to work with the Department of Treasury to see if these funds are returned promptly to the taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to take a common-sense step forward in returning stolen PPP funds to the taxpayers. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 4667 as amended, which will ensure any unused PPP funds are properly returned to the American taxpayers. The legislation requires SBA to issue guidance for financial institutions on how to return PPP funds. In May, the IG released a management advisory that said SBA's lack of guidance, regulations, and ability to account for returned PPP funds is an obstacle for anyone who opts to return unused PPP funds. Unfortunately, this has led to confusion for borrowers and lenders, leading some lenders to even inform borrowers that the SBA could not accept funds. This bill will resolve the problem by requiring SBA to establish clear and detailed guidance for returning PPP funds to the SBA. The legislation will also require the SBA to establish a process on how to deposit unused PPP funds in the Treasury Department's General Fund. I want to thank Ms. Salazar and Mr. McGarvey for introducing this bill to enhance the PPP recovery process. The federal government needs to be a good steward of taxpayers' dollars, and this bill goes a long way to improve the nation's fiscal health by ensuring SBA has processes in place to account for returned PPP funds. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume, Ms. Salazar from the great state of Florida. I reserve.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the chairman for yielding and supporting my bill, yielding his time and supporting my bill. 3 years ago, Congress created the Payback Protection Program in the CARES Act in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And what was the goal of this program? To keep small businesses open and to keep employees on payroll. The intention of the PPP program was clear and it was very good. But unfortunately, bad actors took advantage of it and used it to steal billions of dollars from all of us. The Small Business Administration Inspector General has reported that there are potentially $200 billion worth of fraudulent loans. That's nearly 20% of all COVID pandemic loans. That's appalling and unacceptable. But now, a time of reckoning is coming for those who stole those billions of dollars from the taxpayers' funds. My bipartisan bill, called the Reclaim Taxpayer Funds Act, would require the Small Business Administration, the SBA, to create detailed rules and guidance for borrowers and lenders to return those stolen funds back to the United States Treasury Department. My district, the city of Miami, is home to thousands and thousands of small businesses, including some of the best restaurants in this country. Let's continue to support hardworking small businesses while punishing those bad actors. We can definitely do both. H.R. 4667 is the right step to regain government accountability in a bipartisan effort. I want to thank my Democratic friend from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for introducing this bill with me. And I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 4667, which puts Americans first by ensuring that criminals are not stealing our constituents' money. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, the ranking member of the Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Workforce Development Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4667, the Reclaim Taxpayer Funds Act, which I am proud to co-lead alongside Representative Salazar. I'm grateful for her partnership on this bipartisan bill, and I'm glad to see it come to the floor today. Small businesses are the backbone of the American economy. That is definitely true in my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, and was on full display this past weekend as Louisvillians were encouraged to shop local and go and see our wonderful small business community. As I went to small businesses from St. Matthews to New Lou to West Louisville, I reflected on where we were, where these small businesses were just a few short years ago. I was reminded of earlier this year when we had the small business Administrator Guzman, come to Louisville and meet with small business owners from across my district. We had listening sessions, and we heard the same message over and over again. That's what these business owners told us. They told us they wouldn't be here today. They wouldn't have survived the pandemic if it weren't for the Paycheck Protection Program and other COVID relief programs. PPP worked. It worked. It was a success. And it's the reason we still have towns across this country full of vibrant, independent, local businesses. Nevertheless, in order to get that money out the door as quickly as possible, the previous administration loosened the guardrails designed to prevent fraud. That opened the door for bad actors to take advantage of the program. There were people who flat out lied to obtain PPP loans. There are others who received more than they deserved, some who received more even through good faith errors. But you know what? We need to get that money back. That's why the Department of Justice and the SBA are working to prosecute those who took advantage of the program and recover stolen funds. To date, there have been hundreds of arrests and convictions related to COVID relief fraud, and they have recovered billions of dollars. We must have clear processes in place as this money comes back to lenders and to the SBA. That's why this bill requires the SBA to issue guidance rules for lenders, for borrowers, for the SBA itself on handling PPP loans that are returned. H.R. 4667 is a common sense bill that will establish these clear rules for the road and ensure that taxpayer dollars do not go to waste. It's a necessary step in the right direction as we continue our recovery from the pandemic. I would like to thank Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez, and Congresswoman Salazar for their leadership and support of this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4667. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Reserves.
All right.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Reclaimed Taxpayer Funds Act requires SBA to establish clear guidance for borrowers, lenders, and financial institutions on how to return PPP funds. And it will ensure best practices are in place in the event of another global catastrophe. I thank Representative Salazar and Mr. McGarvey for their efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation as amended. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It is clear that the COVID-19 pandemic broke the SBA, and as a result, American taxpayers and our nation's small businesses have foot the bill for the hundreds of billions of dollars in stolen funds. I want to thank Representative Salazar for introducing H.R. 4667, as it creates a much-needed accountability and transparency with the SBA as we work to retrieve the taxpayer dollars wrongfully lost. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in our fight to reclaim these stolen funds and unanimously support H.R. 4667. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4667 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4668 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4668, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require the Small Business and Agriculture Regulatory Enforcement Ombudsman to publish guidance documents for certain rules and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of H.R. 4668, also known as the Post-it Act, introduced by Representative Molinaro of the great state of New York. Small business owners face some of the biggest challenges understanding how to comply with federal regulations. Oftentimes, small businesses are hiring compliance officers, which are a drag on their bottom lines rather than focusing on their core business model and looking for growth opportunities. This legislation would make it easier for small businesses to track the ever-changing agency guidelines on how to comply with any given regulation. The Post-it Act requires agencies to post their guidance and all subsequent changes on how to comply in a centralized location on the SBA's National Ombudsman website. Businesses should not have to search through many different websites and try to find all the latest information on how to comply with any given requirement. If an agency updates a regulation or puts out more information, which it should be easily accessible for any business to look up. I hope this bill is just the first step on much-needed regulation modernization efforts to the committee. in the committee. We've seen far too many new requirements coming from government agencies that are hurting our nation's job creators. As businesses continue to deal with high interest rates and elevated inflation, we should not be adding additional costs in the form of new regulations. I want to thank Congressman Molinaro for leading this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I lend my support to H.R. 4668 as amended, which requires the Office of the Ombudsman to publish links to guidance documents for rules that have been certified to have a significant economic impact on a substantial number of small entities. Guidance documents help inform small businesses of regulations, but they can be difficult to find. Having a centralized website with hyperlinks to these documents will save entrepreneurs time and resources. This legislation builds off the One-Stop Shop Act, which was enacted into law last Congress. The new law requires the Office of the Ombudsman to create and maintain a centralized website with hyperlinks to small business compliance guides. I am pleased SBA has the website up and running. H.R. 4668 will add more useful links for small firms and give them the tools to make it easier for them to comply with federal rules and regulations. I commend Mr. Molinaro and Ms. Colton for working together on the Posted Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Molinaro from the great state of New York.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his leadership in yielding for this important bill. I also like to extend my appreciation to the ranking member, my colleague from the great state of New York, for her ongoing support. I'm proud to speak to this bill this afternoon. Small businesses know all too often, more than perhaps any other in this country, that all too often when it comes to federal regulation and the federal government, the left hand doesn't not only know what the right hand's doing, too often when it comes to federal regulation, the left hand doesn't know there is a right hand. And because of that, it creates a great deal of burden and confusion for small businesses. My bill, H.R. 4668, the Posted Act, is an important step to make it easier for small business owners to comply with federal regulation that might otherwise be difficult for them to locate in the first place and to understand. This bipartisan legislation, and I'm grateful to Ms. Colton for working together on this bill, simply requires federal agencies to post follow-up guidance on the SBA's National Ombudsman website for any regulation that will have a significant impact on small businesses. And now, while there are official guidance documents that are released when rules are initially finalized, over time, agencies often release additional materials related to compliance. This leads to updated policy statements and technical clarifications that ultimately lead to a labyrinth of regulatory confusion and oversight by enforcement. The Posted Act ensures these updates will be housed in a centralized location so small business owners can worry less about abiding by government regulations and focus more on running their businesses, employing our neighbors, and investing in our communities. There are over 33 million small businesses in the United States of America, which, as we all know and celebrate often, serve as the backbone of the American economy. The thousands of small businesses I represent in upstate New York are vitally important to our communities, supporting local services through their taxes paid, supporting employees and their families, and making an honest living for themselves. If federal agencies are going to create new regulations for small businesses to comply with, we should seek to make it easier for them to understand and follow those rules, to relieve them of that burden, so they are not further burdened with confusing requirements. This common sense bipartisan legislation will help small businesses avoid unnecessary headaches. And again, I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. Colton, for her partnership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady from Michigan, Ms. Golden, the ranking member of the Contracting and Infrastructure Subcommittee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4668, the Providing Opportunities to Show Transparency via Information Technology Act, also known simply as the Post-it Act. It's been an honor to co-lead this bill with Congressman Molinaro to increase transparency in the small business space. Most Americans want more transparency from our government. This is an easy, straightforward, and bipartisan bill. It's critical that federal agencies produce smart, well-crafted regulations. I hear all the time from small business owners across different sectors in West Michigan that they want to comply and follow the rules and the regulations, but they need clear guidance, and far too often it's hard to find. Federal regulations can be a nightmare to navigate for small businesses who often serve as founder, CEO, president, store clerk, janitor, the CPA, and the attorney all in the same day. Most small businesses don't have attorneys, accountants, or compliance departments to learn and track all of the federal regulations to make sure that they remain in compliance. That's why it's imperative on the agencies themselves who are setting the regulations to make sure that these regulations are open, available, and easy as possible to follow and understand. I'm so proud to co-sponsor this bill with Congressman Molinaro. This bill would help small businesses stay in compliance with federal regulations by making compliance information from the federal agencies easier to locate. Specifically, this bill requires that the federal agencies post the guidance on the Small Business Administration's National Ombudsman's website for any rule that has a significant impact on a small business. Seems pretty easy, doesn't it? Now more than ever, as our nation's small businesses are recovering from a global pandemic and are dealing with widespread worker shortages, rising inflation, it's our duty as lawmakers to make unnecessary hurdles take unnecessary hurdles for small business owners out of the way. Whether that's increasing access to capital, ensuring access to technical assistance for SBA programs, or making sure that federal regulations are easy to understand. I'm working hard in the Small Business Committee to keep Main Street alive and thriving. It's great to partner with Congressman Molinaro in that effort. Before I close, I just want to say a few words about another bill on suspension today, H.R. 4670, the Small Business Contracting and Transparency Act by Rep. Houlihan, of which I am an original co-sponsor and have been proud to help usher through the Small Business Committee, where, again, I serve as the ranking member on the subcommittee for contracting and infrastructure. This bill would ensure that the SBA is acquiring up-to-date data where federal procurement dollars are going. In addition, this data will inform my committee's work to ensure that all small businesses are able to compete in the federal procurement space. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that complying with federal, state, and local regulations can be onerous for small business owners. Small businesses do not always have the resources that larger companies do to monitor regulatory actions. That is why having a centralized website for them to access federal guidance and learn more about their responsibilities under a rule is vitally important. But we shouldn't be fooled by anti-regulation rhetoric. Federal regulations can and do benefit small businesses and boost our economy. Our jobs reports over the past 2 years attest to that. The Biden administration is building an economy that is delivering for Americans, adding more than 14 million new jobs since taking office. And the U.S. economy is experiencing a record small business boom, with more Americans launching a business than ever before. Thank you to Mr. Molinaro and Ms. Colton for their bipartisan work and crafting a bill that we can all support. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
In closing, H.R. 4668 is a step in the right direction to lessening the regulatory burden placed on our nation's small businesses. I want to thank Representative Molinaro for his work on this crucial piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in creating a regulatory environment that allows Main Street America to thrive. Thank you for your support. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4668 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, are suspended. It's passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4670 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4670, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require reporting on additional information with respect to small business concerns owned and controlled by women, qualified HUB-zone small business concerns, and small business concerned owned and controlled by veterans, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 4670, the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act introduced by Congressman Stauber from the great state of Minnesota. The U.S. government is one of the largest customers in the world. They contract out these purchases of things as simple as office supplies to complicated rockets that go into space. Each year, the government sets a contracting goal that they look to hit so that small businesses can help service the various needs of the federal government. To be considered a small business in contracting, there are certain verification procedures to ensure that a small business does in fact qualify. It would be problematic if larger corporations were posing as small businesses in order to compete for some of the small business set-aside contracts. So for some of these small businesses categories, the business owner simply gets to self-certify that they are who they are, say the business represents. For others, the Small Business Administration or third-party entities do a more rigorous certification process. Since there isn't a uniform process to verify the small businesses are who they claim to be, it calls into question the accuracy of the contracting data that we receive. The Small Business Contracting Transparency Act brings much-needed insight into these certification activities on whether SBA is meeting its requirements. I'd like to applaud Congressman Stauber for introducing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I would like to thank Ms. Houlihan and Ms. Colton and Mr. Stauber and Ms. Tenney for their work on H.R. 4670 and getting it to the floor today. Mr. Speaker, well over a decade ago, I helped enact and implement the SBA's Women-Owned Small Business Program to better serve female entrepreneurs and small businesses contracting with the federal government. Unfortunately, setting up this program proved to be a challenge, and it was delayed longer than anticipated. But as of now, it is up and running, and women-owned firms are certified by the SBA or a national certifying entity to participate in contracting programs. This has led to improvements in the program's execution and enhanced its integrity. Most importantly, it has helped thousands of women-owned firms compete in the federal marketplace. However, there are some aspects of the program with less visibility, including and especially the operations of the 4 national certifying entities working with the SBA. That is why additional oversight is warranted, and this bill provides it. The Small Business Contracting Transparency Act requires annual reports on the WASB certification process to ensure it is serving female entrepreneurs as we intended. Having this information is critical to further strengthening and improving the program to meet the needs of both the federal government and women-owned small firms. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4670 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act. And I want to thank my colleague, Representative Houlihan, for bringing this up. It's a very good bill, and I'm proud to stand in support of it. You know, in Minnesota, Feeding Our Future, a supposed nonprofit in Minnesota meant to feed children, used $250 million of COVID-19 federal funds to buy luxury cars and real estate. Since COVID-19, fraud has been on the rise, and bad actors are taking advantage of vulnerable government programs and stealing taxpayer dollars for their own benefit and wealth. We must be better stewards of taxpayer dollars and ensure proper safeguards are in place. The Small Business Administration is charged with ensuring that only eligible firms are participating in its women-owned small business contracting program, Hub-Z programs, and the Service Disabled Veteran-owned small business programs. The Small Business Contracting Transparency Act would bring much-needed oversight to the certification process, ensure the SBA is only approving appropriate firms, and give Congress the tools to hold the SBA accountable if necessary. By supporting the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act, we will not only provide valuable assistance to small businesses, but also ensure effectiveness in government contracting. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote for my bipartisan and very much common sense legislation, the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act, which will help level the playing field for underrepresented entrepreneurs across the country. I would like very much to thank my Republican colleague, Representative Peter Stauber, for his partnership on this legislation. And furthermore, I thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their leadership in advancing this legislation through the Small Business Committee on a unanimous basis. And thank you for me being able to stand on your shoulders in this. As a former entrepreneur myself, I understand the very, very many challenges that come with running and scaling a business. Every day brings a unique challenge. And I regularly hear from business owners in my own community in Pennsylvania's 6th District who are navigating inflation, supply chain challenges, workforce needs, and so much more. One way that our federal government can help protect entrepreneurs is to address these issues and ultimately succeed. One way they can do that is by providing contracting opportunities for small business owners. For entrepreneurs who are seeking to do business with our federal government, I know that every single contract secured or lost can be the difference in keeping Americans on payroll or losing them, expanding or scaling back their operations, or beating or missing your projections. So that's why the federal small business contracting programs are so very important. Through these programs, the federal government maintains its various statutory goals that ensure equitable participation by small businesses and, importantly, by underrepresented small businesses in federal contracting. Across various agencies, the federal government aims to provide 5% of federal prime contractors to women-owned small businesses, and 3% to service-disabled veteran-owned businesses, and 3% to historically underutilized business zone, or otherwise known as hub zone, small businesses as well. While figures like 5% or 3% may not sound a whole lot like large targets, Our federal government, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily always meet those goals, and in fact struggles to regularly meet them. Indeed, in fiscal year 2022, the federal government failed to reach its target goals for both women-owned businesses and HUB-zoned small businesses as well. And even more troubling, the federal government has only met the statutory goal of awarding 5% of contracts to women-owned businesses twice in the last 23 years. In addition, the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, has cited deficiencies in the Small Business Administration's oversight of this program. So it's clear that disadvantaged entrepreneurs continue to be underrepresented when it comes to federal contract funding. And that's hurting the economy, both at a micro level and also at a macro or national level. And it's well past time that Congress is able to act to ensure that these programs are working as they were designed and intended to do. And that's why I introduced my bill, H.R. 4670, the Bipartisan Small Business Contracting Transparency Act. My legislation will increase transparency, will increase oversight, and will increase accountability of the Small Business Administration's women-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned, and HUB-zone small business contracting programs. Notably, this bill requires the SBA submit to Congress annual reports that benchmark critical data including the number of small businesses that are certified, the total dollar amount of contracts awarded to qualifying businesses, and the number of contracts that are incorrectly awarded to ineligible recipients, among other figures as well. So simply put, this bill, my bill, the Small Business Contracting Transparency Act, will allow Congress and the SBA to improve these federal contracting programs, to ensure that these programs run efficiently, and to ultimately benefit disadvantaged entrepreneurs in their pursuit of securing government contracts. In turn, we will strengthen our economy, we will support main streets all over in every zip code, and we will grow the middle class. The time to act is now, especially as the federal government works to award additional contracts through this historic implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act as well. I would once again like to thank my Republican colleague, Representative Pete Stauber, for his partnership on this really important legislation, and once again like to thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for his and her leadership in this very important legislation. Once again, I would urge my colleagues to vote for this Small Business Contracting Transparency Act, which will help level the playing field for entrepreneurs in Pennsylvania and indeed across the nation as well. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government routinely fails to meet the goals of awarding 5% of contract dollars to women-owned small businesses. While this administration has prioritized meeting this goal and last year awarded over $28 billion to women-owned firms, more can be done. H.R. 4670, as amended, is an important step in that direction. It ensures that we have the necessary information to conduct proper oversight of the SBA's programs designed to assist women who start and grow government contracting firms. I again thank the sponsor of this bill, and I appreciate the bipartisan work of the committee to build in the HUB-zone and SBD-BOSB programs. They face issues as well and could benefit from the additional reporting. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
In closing, H.R. 4670 provides a necessary check on the SBA as it brings much-needed insight into certification activities, verifying small business contractors, and provides further transparency. I want to thank Representative Stauber and Houlihan for leading this bill, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take a page out of our committee's playbook and put the policies aside to unanimously pass H.R. 4670. I also would like to thank the Democrats I missed earlier for their participation, specifically my friends Representative Mafumi, McGarvey, and Sultan. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4670 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5427 as amended.
Clerk will report the bill. Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 5427 without amendment?
Yes.
Clerk will read the bill.
H.R. 5427, a bill to prohibit individuals convicted of defrauding the government from receiving any assistance from the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5427. This legislation prohibits any individuals convicted of defrauding the government's COVID-19 lending programs from ever receiving future financial assistance from the SBA. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit America, the SBA took on an outsized role in helping small businesses. They partnered with banks and credit unions to set up the Paycheck Protection Program that ultimately got over $800 billion to Main Street to keep businesses from laying off employees. Additionally, the SBA ran the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, better known as the COVID EIDL program, which gave out close to $480 billion in low-interest loans. Well, both of these programs were successful in keeping businesses afloat during the pandemic. We have seen some very troubling data come out in recent months. SBA's Office of Inspector General has estimated that over $200 billion of these relief funds were given to fraudulent actors. This means that roughly 20% of all the money that was supposed to help businesses went to the wrong people, and unfortunately, we have seen some estimates show that this 20% figure might be on the low end. So the committee is working to find creative ways to get this money back to the taxpayers, but in the meantime, we also cannot let those who committed these crimes off easy. That is where my legislation comes in. This bill prevents anyone who was convicted of defrauding the SBA's lending programs from receiving any future financial assistance from the agency. If someone saw the pandemic as an opportunity to enrich themselves, they should never be given the opportunity to utilize any of these financial programs again. These criminals took money away from businesses across the country that were in desperate need of assistance. This bill provides an additional layer of security for government programs so people that have taken advantage of past programs cannot commit a similar crime in the future. A lot will need to be done to correct all of the issues within the SBA that allowed these unacceptable levels of fraud to occur, but as those internal issues are corrected, this bill will help rebuild confidence in the agency. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense bill. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5427, which puts into the statute current rules which prohibit anyone convicted of defrauding the government from receiving an SBA loan. Over the course of the pandemic, the SBA disbursed approximately $1.2 trillion in economic aid. The vast majority of this aid was a lifeline to keep small businesses afloat during troubling and uncertain economic times. Unfortunately, bad actors took advantage of the program early in the pandemic when SBA removed or weakened internal controls. To that end, the Biden administration reinstituted long-standing anti-fraud controls and put new safeguards into place to curb the flow of pandemic dollars to fraudsters, and they remain in place today. Before issuing a loan, SBA screens applicants on the government's do not pay list and then checks its internal database for any fraudulent flags or holds. While borrowers have an opportunity to clear their names, the SBA will not move forward until the holds are cleared. The bill we are considering today is closely aligned with the actions taken by the Biden administration, and it will send a strong message that SBA will not do business with anyone who defrauded the government. With that said, the single most important action Congress can take to recover fraudulent pandemic funds is to fully fund the SBA IG and give the office the resources it needs to go after the bad actors. In the last Congress, Representative Lukemeyer and I sponsored 2 laws to extend the statute of limitations for fraud in the PPP and IDOL program to 10 years. Without additional resources, the OIG will not be able to capitalize on these new laws. In closing, I appreciate the bipartisan work of Chairman Williams and Representatives Mfume and Bean. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because the Small Business Administration and the Biden administration have continuously failed to take action to prevent this type of fraud that happened during COVID-19, ripping off you, ripping off me, ripping off everyone in this room, and ripping off the American taxpayer. The SBA's Office of Inspector General has estimated that at least $200 billion in COVID relief money given by the SBA ended up in the wrong hands of fraudulent actors. We believe it could be well up over $600 billion. Roughly 20% of that money intended to help small businesses went to the wrong people. And the SBA Administrator Guzman refuses to testify before our very committee about these losses. These losses must never happen again, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman Williams' bill addresses this by doing what the SBA is not willing to do right now, and that is to hold these fraudsters accountable and making sure they are unable to steal from us again. I proudly support Chairman Williams' bill, H.R. 5427, which prevents anyone who is convicted of defrauding the SBA's lending programs from getting any future financial assistance from that agency. We cannot live in an America that allows criminals to defraud taxpayers and hardworking small business owners, especially during a time of need. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5427, and with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
In the first 9 months of the previous administration.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume, the ranking member of the Oversight, Investigation, and Regulation Subcommittee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thanks to Chairman Williams and to the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez of New York. She and I were having a conversation reminding ourselves that 84% of all of the loosening of the guardrails that created the problems occurred while the previous administration was in office. It's important for the facts to be noted in that regard. It's not in an effort to cast aspersions, but it is in an effort to make sure we tell the truth. So I rise today, like the gentleman from Texas and the gentlewoman from New York, in support of H.R. 5427, which prohibits, as you've heard, individuals convicted of defrauding small business pandemic relief programs from receiving future non-disaster financial aid assistance from the administration. Sounds like it's common sense to me. If you put your hand in the cookie jar and you steal the cookies, why should you be rewarded later for that? And to this day, our nation has to reckon with the fact that the consequences of that decision in 2020 to fast-track the allocation of the academic or pandemic relief funds by weakening and removing the internal controls really caused the problem. It was a recipe for disaster. Are we even astonished that something like this would happen, which is why so many of us argued against this in 2020. While many of these anti-fraud controls are being reinstituted by the Small Business Administration, fraud in these programs has run rampant. We let the horse out of the barn and are wasting time looking at it instead of trying to find a way to get it back in. And so that's what this measure does in many respects. As the ranking member of the Small Business Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations and Regulations, I have been, like many of my colleagues on the committee, incredibly concerned by the misuse and the abuse of pandemic relief funds. And why? I mean, it's a very simple answer. These funds could have been used to protect jobs. They could have been used to lift small businesses out of financial distress, as they should have. And they could have created a circular flow of income in so many communities, urban and rural, throughout this community. Instead, they line the pockets of thieves and fraudsters. And so that's why I'm pleased to be the Democratic co-lead on this, along with Mr. Williams. This bill amends Section 16 of the SBA Act to prohibit, as we've said before, anyone convicted of crimes related to financial misconduct or making false statements with respect to small business pandemic relief monies from not being able to receive non-disaster financial assistance in the future. It's kind of common sense. It really, really is. So this bill ensures that those who knowingly and willfully stole federal funds are not given a similar opportunity in the future. I want to again thank the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez of New York, the chair, Mr. Williams of Texas, Mr. Bean of Florida, and others on both sides of the aisle for working to make sure that this bill has the support it needs. And I would urge all of my colleagues later today to be able to stand up and to vote for it, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves. A woman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill prohibits anyone convicted of defrauding the government with respect to the SBA's pandemic programs from receiving non-disaster financial assistance from the SBA. While there may be disagreement on the actual estimates of fraud in the pandemic programs, it is clear we need to work together to protect their integrity. Administrator Guzman has taken steps to put strong controls into place that would prohibit anyone convicted of fraud from receiving financial assistance. And this bill will ensure those controls remain in place with future administrations. I thank Chairman Williams and Mr. Mfume and Mr. Bean for their efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 5427, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman yields back. Woman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. H.R. 5427, it's simple. It needs to be passed. And I want to also thank my colleague, Mr. Mfume from Maryland, for all his support working on this bill. So thank you for your support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5427? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4480 as amended.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4480 4480, a bill to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to report on the Veterans Interagency Task Force, to require the Comptroller General of the United States to report on access to credit for small business concerns owned and controlled by covered individuals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
I rise in full support of H.R. 4480, also known as the SERVE Act, introduced by Representatives Davids of Kansas and Alford of Missouri. Our nation's veterans have incredible impact on our small business community. The skills veterans gained in the military make them leaders uniquely positioned to start and grow businesses that have become successful. Unfortunately, veterans often face barriers when starting or growing their businesses, which we feel insurmountable. In May, the Committee of Small Businesses heard directly from the veterans on how to access capital as well as awareness of available resources, how there are major barriers to them. The SERVE Act seeks to identify these barriers and directs the agency's Interagency's Task Force on Veterans Small Business Development to create an action plan to improve outreach to veterans, informing them of available resources to address their unique needs. If we are spending taxpayer dollars to help these individuals, we must ensure they are making the greatest impact possible. I'd like to once again thank the sponsors of this legislation and urge my colleagues to support. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am pleased to support H.R. 4480, the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans Act, also known as the SERVE Act, as amended. Veteran entrepreneurs are powerful economic engines and job creators. More than 2.4 million veteran business owners employ more than 5.7 million Americans and contribute approximately $1.2 trillion annually to our GDP. With that said, one of the biggest challenges facing veteran-owned small businesses is access to capital. Service members report that it can be difficult to build credit while serving in the military. And studies have shown that a higher percentage of veterans are turned down for loans. The SERVE Act requires GAO to conduct a study on the availability of credit to veterans, service-disabled, and reserve-owned small businesses. The study will provide a report on the obstacles facing veterans, including the extent to which deployment and other military responsibilities affect their credit histories. Most importantly, it requires the SBA Interagency Task Force on Veteran Small Business Development to create an outreach plan to promote the many valuable programs available to help veteran small business owners. Representative Davis has been a staunch supporter of efforts to aid veterans entrepreneurs. She first introduced this legislation in the 116th Congress, and it passed the House with broad bipartisan support. As the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Tax and Capital Access in the 117th Congress, she led efforts to make capital more affordable for all small firms. I strongly support this bill to ensure Congress is working to address the challenges veteran small employers face. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in favor of H.R. 4480 because as members of Congress, it is our duty to protect and support our nation's veterans. You know, earlier this year, it was my distinct pleasure to have Lieutenant Commander Taylor Burks of Missouri's 4th Congressional District and actually a former opponent of mine in the primary for this very congressional seat. He testified at a Small Business Committee hearing on veteran entrepreneurship. And we learned not only about the unique skill set veterans can bring to the small business environment, but also the obstacles they face when trying to open small businesses and live out the American dream, the challenge of even finding the programs available through the Small Business Administration. It was very important for all members to hear how the committee and the Small Business Administration can better serve those who have served our great nation. As a result, my colleague, Representative Sharice Davids of Kansas, and I introduced the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans, or SERVE Act. This bipartisan legislation, which passed through the Small Business Committee unanimously, will help veteran small business owners and entrepreneurs succeed by studying the barriers faced when starting a business. This bill will commission a report on the outreach and promotion of existing veteran-focused small business programs to make sure that veterans can access all available resources, capital, and credit. There are programs out there, but a lot of veterans have never heard of them. Veterans Business Outreach Centers, the Boots to Business program, service-disabled veterans-owned small business contracting programs. Well, this legislation also mandates the Interagency Task Force on Veteran Small Business Development to devise an outreach and promotion strategy for these programs and many others available to veterans transitioning into the business world. Veterans' service to our nation should not end with difficulties in accessing capital and resources. With transparency and increased reporting, we can better ensure that they receive the support that they deserve. I am proud to co-lead the SERVE Act with my neighboring district representative and colleague, Congresswoman Sharice Davids of Kansas, to promote veteran entrepreneurship in our great nation. This bill is a win for our districts, it is a win for veterans, it is a win for our nation. And I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and with that I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davis.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for yielding. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans Act, or the SERVE Act, which I introduced alongside my friend and colleague from Missouri, Mr. Alford. The SERVE Act not only honors our veterans, it honors their service, and it empowers our veterans to embark on a new chapter as entrepreneurs and small business owners. My mom served in the Army for 20 years. My grandfather served as well. And through them, I learned so much about service, about leadership, and certainly about dedication to country. Our veterans have defended our freedoms from so many things, and they have done that with unwavering commitment. And we absolutely owe it to them to provide support, the support that they need to achieve personal and professional success as they return home. The SERVE Act is a testament to that commitment that we have to the brave veterans that have served. And it's necessary because veterans do face distinct barriers when transitioning to civilian life, and specifically when starting a business. Those challenges can include overcoming stigmas around physical disability or post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as difficulty accessing credit. It forces small businesses to sometimes turn to alternative lenders, which can be predatory or more expensive than traditional sources. And while those challenges exist for all potential entrepreneurs and our small business owners, it can be especially difficult for our veterans who often have trouble accruing credit necessary to attract and attain capital. These barriers have led to a 35% decrease in veterans starting small businesses since World War II. And the U.S. Small Business Administration currently works closely with the VA and the Department of Defense on several excellent programs that we heard about from my colleague, Mr. Alford. Specifically, those programs are designed to help our veterans transition to civilian life and entrepreneurship. But those programs are not always as easy to find as they should be. The SERVE Act recognizes those unique challenges and works to address them directly, fostering economic growth at the local level and harnessing the immense potential that our veteran communities have. You know, one key provision of this legislation is the commission of a Government Accountability Office report on the ability of veterans and reservists to access capital and credit, which are crucial building blocks to opening a business. This report would include analysis on common sources of credit and how deployment of our service members, how deployment of credit impacts our service members and their individual credit. Moreover, the bill requires an interagency task force, as the SBA task force at the SBA to develop an action plan for greater outreach of programs that already exist for veterans transitioning into the business world. That task force would report its findings annually to Congress on how the SBA can better support veterans, service-disabled veterans, reservists, and their families. The district I represent in Kansas includes a large rural population, and we know that businesses with fewer than 500 employees account for a majority of our rural establishments and employers. And by supporting our veteran entrepreneurs and making it easier for them to start small businesses, we're boosting local economies in both urban and rural settings. I often say that due to the specialized training and learned skill set, there are few people that are as well suited to start and operate a small business as our veterans. The SERVE Act is going to help those folks who served in uniform do just that. By providing enhanced access to SBA resources and programs, we're investing in the entrepreneurial spirit of our veterans. We're fostering economic growth, and we're strengthening our communities. I urge my colleagues, alongside my friend, Mr. Alford, on both sides of the aisle, to stand united in support of this crucial legislation, which did pass the House in a largely bipartisan way in the last Congress. Let us send a powerful message to our veterans that we appreciate their service, their sacrifice, that we are dedicated to helping them succeed in their endeavors while serving and as they return and hang their uniform up. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our country is experiencing a small business boom, and veteran entrepreneurship is helping to lead the way. SBA offers a number of counseling and training programs that can help them either launch or grow a small business. It is vitally important that we increase the awareness of SBA programs and services, particularly among veterans. I applaud Ms. Davis and Mr. Alford for their commitment to our nation's veterans, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4480 as amended. In closing, I once again thank Chairman Williams for bringing these 6 bills to the floor and for working in a bipartisan manner. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman yields.
I'm prepared to close. So, yeah.
Recognized.
Okay. In H.R. 4480, it's a step in the right direction. It's about our veterans. And what's more important than our veterans? And I would say Congressman Alford and Congresswoman Davids have it right. It needs to be passed. We need to pass it tonight. Thank you for your support. I yield back my time. And also, I would like to say thank you to Ms. Velasquez, ranking member, for all her support. Yield back my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4480 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 793.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 793, resolution calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during October 2023 attack on Israel.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Israel suffered one of the worst days in its history as it came under attack by the Hamas terror group. These terrorists stormed across the border at Gaza and murdered 1,200 people and took 240 people, innocent people, hostage, dragging them against their will into Gaza. From elderly Holocaust survivors to young babies, Hamas did not discriminate in its cruelty. And Mr. Speaker, American citizens are still among the hostages. Many of us in this House have met with these hostage families. The pain and suffering of these families are enduring, that they are enduring is beyond what any human should have to go through. Young children forced to be witness to their parents' murder right in front of them. Babies ripped from their mother's arms, teenagers at a music festival gunned down. The atrocities that were committed that day and the glee with which the terrorists acted is unimaginable, Mr. Speaker, and it's the height of human depravity. Hamas filmed and broadcast these atrocities. This savage, sick terrorist group wanted to brag to the world about the massacre at their hands. These terrorists, Mr. Speaker, are monsters, and we have not seen this type of violence and cruelty since ISIS was running rampant in the Levant. And the Jewish people have not witnessed this much diabolical death in one day since the Holocaust. After holding these hostages now for 7 long weeks, Hamas has agreed to release some of these innocent women and children in exchange for Israel temporarily pausing its military campaign and releasing Palestinians in jails. And of course, all on this House floor are grateful for those hostage releases. And we're grateful for the leadership of the United States, Qatar, the government of Israel, to achieve that modicum of peace and help for those families. But listen to the deal, Mr. Speaker. It was 3 jailed criminals for each innocent person captured and drug across the Gaza fence line on October 7th. And despite the good news that we've witnessed in the last few days, Hamas is still holding over 150 innocent people. Hamas must release all the remaining hostages. And the United States continues to stand alongside our ally Israel in their fight to secure that safe release of all the hostages unconditionally and safely. And that's why I'm so proud to be on this House floor tonight and so proud of Congresswoman Haley Stevens and her resolution that I had the honor and privilege to work on together. With this resolution, the House of Representatives strongly condemns Hamas's attack, and it calls on Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release all the hostages taken on October 7th. The House Foreign Affairs Committee has marked up this legislation earlier in the month, and it received unanimous support. And I expect it will receive that today on this House floor. I urge all my colleagues to stand with the hostages, with their families, by golly, and support this measure. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 793, calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during the October 7th gruesome and savage attack on Israel. And I am grateful for my dear friend and colleague from Michigan, Representative Haley Stevens, for introducing the resolution together with my friend, Representative French Hill. Representative Stevens' extraordinary leadership on hostage and wrongful detention issues has given a voice to families of hostages and detainees and helped ensure that we never relent in our pursuit of bringing wrongfully detained Americans home. The Hamas terror attack on October 7th resulted in the abduction of more than 240 innocent civilians and the heinous murder of more than 1,200 people. In specifically targeting a civilian population, Hamas's abductions are among the greatest crimes against humanity. The sheer scale of the casualties and murder are the greatest attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And Hamas has compounded the unimaginable human suffering it has caused through its use of its own people and the hostages as human shields, something we should never forget. The hostages abducted by Hamas include civilians, soldiers, women, children, grandparents, Holocaust survivors. Many are Israeli, some are foreign or dual nationals, including American citizens. Dozens of hostages have finally been released thanks to the painstaking, difficult, and necessary negotiations assisted by the United States, including President Biden and Qatar. And I hope after this latest round of releases that we will continue to work to bring home all the remaining hostages. This resolution calls attention to these abductions perpetrated by Hamas. Hamas specifically captured these innocent people so they could be used as bargaining chips and human shields, while Hamas attempts to wipe Israel off the map. Yet while the situation is dire, there is hope. There are experienced public servants across the United States government who have already helped secure the release of some Americans and dozens of other hostages from Hamas's clutches. And these dedicated officials in the White House, the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, and elsewhere across our government continue their tireless work to bring all the remaining American hostages and all the hostages home. This resolution is simple and straightforward. It condemns the horrific actions of Hamas, correctly notes that hostage-taking is a violation of international humanitarian law, expresses solidarity with the victims, and demands Hamas release all hostages immediately. It is incredibly important that we give it our full support to send a clear message about the need to bring them home. We must stand with the hostages and their families in Israel and all over the world until they come home. With that, I thank my colleagues and in particular Representative Stevens for her tireless efforts on behalf of these Americans and their families and all Americans taken hostage or wrongfully detained overseas. And I urge my colleagues to support this measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Lawler of New York, a very passionate supporter of our ally Israel and a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to my colleague from Arkansas, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I was in Israel with Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks and a bipartisan delegation, and we met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and watched a 21-minute unedited raw footage of the October 7th terrorist attack, and watched Hamas terrorists indiscriminately kill women, children, babies. Watch them take innocent civilians hostage, including Doron Katz Asher and her 2 daughters, Raz and Aviv. Doran's uncle is a constituent of mine in the 17th Congressional District of New York. We met with families of the hostages, including the brother of Emily Hand. I sat next to him as he tearfully told his sister's story, bringing the rest of us to tears as he talked about the fact that his 8-year-old sister would spend her 9th birthday, the Friday after our meeting, alone, held captive by Hamas terrorists. A few weeks ago in New York City, I met with the mother of your Yaakov and Yagil Yaakov, a 13 and 16-year-old young men who were held captive. All of them have since been released. And I want to thank the administration for negotiating to get their release. But let's be clear. Hamas is a vile, barbaric, terrorist organization. We hear members calling for a ceasefire. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. And in fact, there have been 8 ceasefires in 15 years, each time violated by Hamas. This most recent one, the biggest slaughtering of Jews since the Holocaust, 240 innocents taken away from their families. And so while they are releasing hostages, it's not enough. I have a simple way for this to end. If people want a ceasefire, Hamas must surrender. It's that simple. We want these hostages home, and we want to make sure that the innocent lives lost is not in vain.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute. We saw yesterday news reports that Hamas would not release a 10-month-old baby, and in fact was turning that baby over to another terrorist organization. That is the type of people, if you can even call them that you are dealing with. The United States must do everything it can to stand by its greatest ally in the Middle East and indeed across the world, the State of Israel. And we will vote on a resolution that makes it clear not only does Israel have a right to exist, they have a right to defend themselves, and the only way that this ends peacefully is for Hamas to surrender. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from the great state of Michigan, Representative Haley Stevens.
I thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina, a true leader in this country on Middle East issues, for yielding. And I want to also thank the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall, for his steady hand and dedication to leading the Foreign Affairs Committee during this pivotal moment in world history and for moving this resolution forward, alongside the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the indefatigable former chairman, Meeks. Congressman French Hill and I chair the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad. And I want to thank him for being my lead sponsor on this bill. It is an honor to work with him in that capacity, and this resolution speaks to our collaboration and dedication to the hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th. October 7th, a day that will live in infamy. 1,200 killed in a surprise attack during a Jewish holiday. And the attack didn't stop there, because over 200 were taken hostage in one of the greatest hostage takings in world history. And we are now in a moment when the House of Representatives is called to speak, to demand on behalf of our government the return of all of the hostages held in Gaza. Thank you to the hundreds of co-sponsors and supporters of this resolution. It is worth noting that fellow members of Congress spanning the country and the political spectrum have joined together to call out Hamas. Mr. Speaker, the time is more than now. We have seen some hostages in the last handful of days being returned, and now we learn of their harrowing time, held in tunnels, nearly starved, no beds. And right now, too many are left in those tunnels, injured, uncared for, and victimized at the hands of those who killed their fellow countrymen and women. Introduced on October 17th, a week and a half into this hostage nightmare, this resolution, HRES 793, called out Hamas and demanded the return of the innocents, women, elderly, children, infants. Over the weekend, Israel and her allies secured the release of 58 hostages at 7 weeks into captivity. On Monday, 11 more hostages released, and just moments ago, we've learned of more, for a total of 85. Among those, Aviv Asher, age 2, her sister Raz, age 4, Emma Cunio, age 3, Yuli Cunio, age 3, Raz Asher, who I just mentioned, age 4, Abigail Eden, age 4, Oria Brudach, age 4, toddlers, children, preschoolers, the most innocent people on planet Earth. Also among those freed included senior citizens. Yafar Adar, age 85, Elma Abraham, age 84, Shauna Perry, age 79. Why on earth did Hamas take these people? Why did they force them to watch the murder of their loved ones? This is absolutely unconscionable, and it is an attack on all humanity. These people have been used as pawns. We are relieved that some are home, but we must condemn those who have kidnapped. We must condemn the terrorists who have brutally killed relatives, neighbors, and fellow Israelis, those who seek to attack the Jewish state. And we must continue to push to return the remaining hostages. Let us not forget, over 150 remain in Gaza. And many of those released still have family members held. Nearly 200 people held for 52 days at gunpoint. 9 Americans continue to be held. 9. Hundreds of families waiting with bated breath for the return of their precious loved one, waiting for relief and joy or the worst pain known to humankind. We cannot even imagine their anguish. It is unfathomable. What Hamas did was evil, and it was an attack on the Jewish state. So I call on my colleagues to join me, because I cannot, in my allotted time,
30 seconds.
Name. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot, in my allotted time, name those who are remaining in Gaza, but we are making progress, and we will come together, united as a House of Representatives, to condemn this evil. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank the Speaker. I want to thank again the gentlewoman from Michigan for her passionate words and her outstanding work in crafting this House Resolution 793, Mr. Speaker, which calls on Hamas to release everyone unconditionally to return to their families. Ms. Stevens has done a great thing, and between us, we come to this House floor with some 236 co-sponsors for this resolution, Mr. Speaker, and I would certainly hope that on both sides of this aisle that we have a unanimous vote on this important statement of the American people, representing the American people, calling out against the atrocities that have been committed against the innocent people in Israel. And I want to thank my friend from Michigan, too, for our work together and partnership and co-chairing the Congressional Task Force for American Hostages and Americans wrongfully detained abroad. This is important work. It's being truly tested in this past 7 weeks, where our congressional family is grieving with our Israeli families and other nationalities who have someone as a murder victim of these terrorists or someone who remains a hostage of these terrorists. So it's our goal to be a resource to our fellow members through that task force to try to help them work with our State Department, make sure those families understand what information they can have and how they can be helped through this challenge. And we want to bring all these Americans home. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I just would say we all were on the front steps of the Capitol together, Democrats and Republicans, and we stood as Americans that night with our Speaker, our new Speaker, Mike Johnson, our Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, Ms. Stevens, myself, our colleagues, our committee chairs, Mr. Meeks of New York, as our ranking member in Foreign Affairs, our committee chairman, Mr. McCall from Texas, in solidarity against the atrocities in Gaza and in Israel. And that night, I had the opportunity to have the most wonderful visit with the most hopeful mother, Ada Marcino, beautiful woman, and we hugged and talked, and we had, in the candlelight of that moment on the House steps, a moment of hope. But just a few hours later, she learned that her daughter, Noah, 19 years old, Mr. Speaker, a soldier in the Israeli Defense Force, was among the murdered, not among the hostages. So we don't want to forget those who've been killed in this process as we pray for the release of the hostages, and we call politically on this House floor for the release of the hostages. So we lift up these families, and we lift up all those who are grieving over the loss and tragedy on both sides of the fence in Gaza. And I urge all my colleagues to support HRES 793. And Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve, but I have no additional speakers.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentlewoman
from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have spent the past 6 weeks meeting with families of innocent civilians who were taken hostage by Hamas. And just like the stories of Holocaust survivors, each story is unique, each story is heartbreaking, because each of these hostages has loving family members whose lives have been torn apart, who are living with the agony of not knowing what has become of their loved ones. Are they okay? Are they healthy? Are they injured? Are they alive? Will they ever see them again? And I have heard stories that have brought me to tears, that haunt my dreams, that should make all of us redouble our efforts to bring these hostages home. Mr. Speaker, the past few days have seen significant breakthroughs and attempts to bring the hostages held by Hamas home to their families. Dozens of hostages, including a few Americans, have been released, especially over the past few days. And I applaud the efforts of this administration, Israel, Qatar, and others who have worked to ensure that the temporary ceasefire holds and that the agreed-upon hostages are released. But there is much more work to be done. Even after these last round of releases, dozens of hostages still remain imprisoned by Hamas. This is unacceptable. We cannot afford to go back to the status quo. It is imperative that the United States, Israel, and our other allies and partners continue to press forward with efforts to secure the release of all the remaining hostages, including Keith Siegel from my state of North Carolina, including Yarden Roman, who made the excruciating decision to hand her daughter Geffen to her husband Alan because he could run faster to escape the terrorists and save their daughter. And Yarden, herself the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor whose great-grandparents made the same excruciating decision to sacrifice themselves for their daughter. There are more than 150 more young people, mothers, fathers, civilians, soldiers, Americans, Israelis, Thai, and others. We must continue to work so that they can be brought home and reunited with their families. With that, I strongly support this resolution. Again, I want to thank Representative Stevens for all her work on this issue and on this resolution, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina for leading the discussion on our House floor today on the gentlewoman from Michigan's excellent resolution, H.Res. 793. Proud to be a co-sponsor, proud to stand with 236 members on both sides of the aisle to demand an unconditional release of those still held hostage by the terrorists in Gaza and their co-conspirators. And with that, I urge a yes vote, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 793? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 888.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 888, resolution reaffirming the State of Israel's right to exist.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to urge the House to pass my resolution that reaffirms Israel's fundamental right to exist. This is a pretty simple and straightforward resolution. Israel has a right to exist. You either believe that or you don't. And the American people should see very clearly whether or not the members of Congress affirm Israel's right to exist. President Harry Truman recognized Israel 11 minutes after its founding. America was the first country to recognize the State of Israel. and for good reason. Over the last 75 years, Israel has become the greatest ally of the United States. Our shared values, shared heritage, the relationship between our two nations, unbreakable. I fundamentally believe that the terrorist attacks of October 7th, perpetrated by Hamas, are about one thing. Hamas does not believe Israel has the right to exist. Hamas wants to eradicate the Jewish people from the face of the earth. They say so. Other bad actors like Hezbollah share that perspective. Iran, the greatest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, the backer and funder of Hamas, has been calling for the eradication of the state of Israel for millennia. They don't believe they have the right to exist. So this resolution seeks to reaffirm the commitment made by President Truman upon Israel's founding. We not only recognize Israel, we reaffirm Israel's fundamental right to exist. In the wake of the horrific October 7th attacks on Israel, we have seen members of this body and other opponents of Israel call for the elimination of Israel. When they chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free," they mean that Israel will not exist. I want Palestinians to be free. I want them to be free from their oppressors, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. Hamas has used Palestinians as human shields, even till today. As Israel prosecutes this war against this terrorist organization, Hamas uses Palestinians as human shields, camping out in hospitals and schools, launching missiles, shooting innocent civilians. I watched in horror the 21-minute unedited raw footage of the October 7th terrorist attack. Every member of Congress was offered the opportunity to watch a 45-minute viewing of that attack. Nearly half of Congress chose not to come. Including some of the members who have made it clear that they don't support Israel's right to exist. On college campuses and city streets, we see people calling for an intifada, actively promoting the destruction of the Jewish state. Everyone has a right to say what they want about a foreign government, to say what they want about war, but they don't have the right to delegitimize the very existence of the Jewish state to justify terror. The State of Israel was created 75 years ago to reestablish the native homeland of the Jewish people. For centuries, Jews were discriminated against and persecuted wherever they went. This culminated in the attempted genocide of European Jews during the Holocaust. 6 million Jews slaughtered. This most recent genocide provides new urgency. To reestablish the Jewish homeland, where the Jewish people were displaced. And we wanted to create a homeland where they weren't a vulnerable minority, where they could freely practice their faith, and where something like the Holocaust could never happen again. And yet, on October 7th, we saw the largest slaughtering of Jews since the Holocaust. And yet, still today, many Jews view Israel as the safest place for them to live, even as rockets and missiles come from all sides. Denying Israel's right to exist is denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination. It's denying the Jewish people's historic ties to the land. It's justifying war crimes against babies. And let's call it what it is. It's anti-Semitic. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense resolution that makes one thing fundamentally clear. Israel has a right to exist. Congress must never stop pushing back against Israel's opponents, and we must reject biased attempts to destroy our greatest ally. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 888, introduced by my friends Representatives Mike Lawler and Jared Moskowitz. Mr. Speaker, on many occasions, this House of Representatives has reaffirmed Israel's right to exist, and it is important that we do so again today. It is incomprehensible to me that after Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on October 7th, the largest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, we are seeing a growing wave of anti-Semitism rear its ugly head at home and around the world. Since Israel's independence in 1948 and its admission into the United Nations the following year, international law has mandated Israel's right to exist. And yet, as of this year, 28 of the 193 United Nations member states still do not recognize Israeli sovereignty. The terrorist organization Hamas has declared that Israel has no right to exist, and for decades has targeted Israel for destruction, with suicide bombs, with missiles and rockets, and most recently with gruesome and savage terror attacks targeting civilians. The destruction of Israel and the killing of Jews is Hamas's sole focus. They have murdered babies, raped women, executed parents in front of their children, and massacred 260 young people at a music festival. They have taken 250 innocent civilians, including American citizens, hostage. They are not working to help the Palestinian people who elected them. Indeed, the Palestinian people are shamelessly used and abused by Hamas as human shields. As a proud, lifelong supporter of a two-state solution, I know that with Hamas in control of 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, real progress on a two-state solution cannot be achieved. Hamas has always only ever played spoiler. The same is true of Iran's other regional proxies, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and others, who also exist only to destabilize and destroy Israel, not to strive for a two-state solution. There cannot be peace when a party to a conflict doesn't recognize the other party's right to exist. With recognition comes peace and mutual prosperity, security, and innovation. That's why efforts to facilitate and expand the Abraham Accords are so historic and important. The Abraham Accords countries, along with Egypt and Jordan, all recognize this fact and are advancing their nations in the spirit of regional cooperation and peace. Here at home, whether it is on public streets, on college campuses, or online, we have seen a deeply disturbing and aggressive increase in despicable calls for Israel to cease existing as a Jewish state. The phrase, "from the river to the sea," a sickening call for the destruction of the state of Israel and the genocide of the Jewish people, has become a rallying cry for those hoping for Israel's destruction. Calling for total Palestinian control of all Israeli territory from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea is a call to eliminate the Jewish state of Israel. This resolution states that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism. I wholeheartedly agree with this statement. To be clear, it is not necessarily anti-Semitic to criticize the state of Israel or its leaders for particular policies. That is free speech, and no country is above criticism for its policies, including our own. But it is absolutely anti-Semitic to treat Israel as a pariah, based on the claim that Jews alone should be denied the right to define themselves as a people and to exercise any form of national self-determination. This is the crucial difference. It is anti-Semitism, and we must totally reject it. In 2015, former President Barack Obama stated the following in an interview: "I think it would be a moral failing for me as President of the United States, a moral failing for America, and a moral failing for the world if we did not protect Israel and stand up for its right to exist, because that would negate not just the history of the 20th century, it would negate the history of the past millennium." Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with that statement. For thousands of years, Jews have suffered persecution and lacked the safety and stability of a homeland. Today, the modern Jewish state of Israel thrives in the ancient Jewish Holy Land, where it is a robust democracy and a productive and treasured member of the international community of nations. Israel has signed peace treaties with two of its most important neighbors and has come to the table for many rounds of peace negotiations with the Palestinians. Israel is a country that wants peace, whereas Hamas and its Iranian patron do not. Israel is the homeland of the Jewish people and will always remain a place of refuge where Jews can be truly safe and control their own destiny. And Israel is certainly worthy of the support of this House and the United States of America. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Global Health, Global Human Rights, and international organizations.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, my good friend, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of HRES 888, reaffirming the state of Israel's right to exist. I thank my good friend from New York, Michael Lawler, for introducing this timely, extremely important, and ever necessary resolution. Israel is the only state in the world whose fundamental right to exist is openly denied by other states. Some of them, including Iran, even call for Israel's complete destruction and support transnational terrorist organizations to work towards its demise. It is also the only state in the world whose fundamental right to exist is constantly undermined and challenged by intergovernmental organizations such as, and most shamefully of all, the United Nations. The anti-Semitism motivating those who deny Israel's right to exist is apparent, but it is important to connect, as this resolution does, the denial of Israel's right to exist to anti-Semitism and to connect them both as enabling causes to the monstrous crimes Hamas has unleashed on Israel. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitic bigotry is the root of UN's hostility towards Israel, which is ugly, evil, and manifests itself in almost every UN entity. On November 8th, I chaired a hearing of my subcommittee on, and we called it, United Nations Bigotry Towards Israel. We heard expert testimony from Hillel Neuer, Executive Director of UN Watch, and Jonathan Schnasner, the Senior Vice President for Research at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Hillel told us that, and I quote, teachers in schools at the UN Relief and Works Agency, which runs education and social services for Palestinians, regularly call to murder Jews and create teaching materials that glorify terrorism, encourage martyrdom, demonize Israelis, and incite anti-Semitism. He further said in 2000 alone, UNRWA received $344 million in U.S. funding. Yet a March 2023 report by UN Watch and Impact SC identified 133 UNRWA educators and staff who were found to promote hate and violence on social media, an additional 82 teachers and other staff affiliated with 30 UNRWA schools who were involved in drafting and distributing hateful contents to their students. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Jonathan Schnasner testified that, and I quote him, the UN doesn't recognize Hamas as a terrorist group, nor does it recognize Hezbollah either. That means UN resources are regularly provided to members of those terrorist organizations. According to the great human rights defender, Mr. Speaker, Natan Sharansky's famous 3D test for anti-Semitism, which he articulated at a hearing that I chaired way back in 2004, criticism of Israel is nothing less than anti-Semitic when it passes over into the demonization of Jews and Israel, delegitimizes the Jewish state, or applies double standards that is one standard for Israel and another for every other country on earth. That is what many UN entities and agencies do every single day. Yesterday, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, the JTA, reported that the latest example of the double standard and said, nearly 50 days after Hamas's attack on Israel left 1,200 dead, and after weeks of criticism over its silence about allegations of sexual violence during the attack, the women's rights group UN Women issued a statement condemning the terror group on Friday. Then it deleted the post. Here's what it said originally. We condemn the brutal attack by Hamas on October 7th and continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, read the initial statement posted on UN Women's Instagram page. It was soon replaced with a statement that dropped the condemnation of Hamas and only called for the release of the hostages. Mr. Speaker, there are so many examples. In 2022, the UN General Assembly targeted Israel in a total of 15 harshly critical resolutions, compared to 13 country-specific resolutions for the entire world, China, North Korea, Iran. 13 for all of them combined, 15 for Israel. In a large measure, it is because of the UN, which unquestionably is the world's foremost legitimizer of anti-Semitism, that it is necessary that 75 years after the founding of the great state of Israel, we need to reaffirm its right to exist. And I thank my good friend and colleague, both he and my friend from Florida, for authoring this important resolution. Yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Florida, Representative Jared Moskowitz.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlelady from North Carolina, and thank you to my co-sponsor, Representative Lawler from New York. Israel has a right to exist. There are only two ways to vote on this. Either you vote yes or you vote no. No means you do not believe Israel should be a country. No means you believe a country should be wiped off the face of the earth. A present vote means you do not believe Israel should be a country. Hanging out in the cloakroom, having a hot dog, missing the vote, means Israel shouldn't be a country. So this is a moment for people in this body on a bipartisan basis to stand together and say, you believe Israel has a right to exist. Hamas doesn't think Israel has a right to exist. Hezbollah doesn't think Israel has a right to exist. Iran doesn't think Israel has a right to exist. And so for people who vote no, who vote present, you side with them. You pick a side with Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. I don't want to hear excuses. Oh, I didn't like this whereas clause. Oh, there was a period or a comma out of place, as if somehow we always vote on perfect resolutions around here. Again, it's an opportunity to show the world that you believe Israel has a right to exist. As we see anti-Semitism in the streets, at rallies, ceasefire rallies, which is a foreign policy position, we see people holding signs that say gas the Jews, kill the Jews, cleanse the Jews. That's not a foreign policy, and if it is, it's a foreign policy of Germany in the early 40s. This is a moment for people in this body, some who sit in the rows behind me, to show they believe Israel has a right to exist. I'm for a two-state solution, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that the Palestinian people get a state. But rest assured, in that two-state solution, one of those states is going to be Israel. And so...
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the gentlelady from North Carolina. And I'll conclude with this. Anyone who believes that Israel doesn't have a right to exist is calling for genocide. We hear that word thrown around a lot now on social media, genocide, genocide. We have a war in the Middle East. We don't have genocide. But if you believe a country should not exist, the millions of people in that country should also not exist, which means you are calling for a genocide. I urge everyone to vote yes on this resolution. Israel has a right to exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I currently have no additional speakers and reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the newest member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Representative Gabe Amo.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlelady. I rise to affirm our ally Israel's right to exist. The unprovoked October 7th attack by Hamas has left a deep wound. Israel has a right to defend itself against this barbarism, consistent with international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians. Far too many Israeli families do not know the fate of their loved ones at the hands of Hamas. While some have relief, there are still many who need to be reunited with their families. My hope is that the success President Biden has had will secure the release of all the hostages. Importantly, the extended pause has meant additional humanitarian assistance to alleviate the suffering of innocent Palestinian families in Gaza for whom Hamas has no regard. There must be sustained and safe access to food, water, and medical care. Paramount is the prevention of this conflict from spreading, preserving stability in the Middle East, and working towards a durable peace. These events have brought forward a rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Anti-Semitic incidents have involved violent assaults on Jewish students on college campuses and protesters extolling terrorist organizations. Close to home, I was especially horrified that this past weekend the 3 students of Palestinian descent, one a Brown University student, were shot. I pray for their recovery and that the assailant be brought to justice. This crisis of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia demands an urgent and collective response. There is no place for violence or hate in America. In recognition of Israel's right to exist and for the immediate release of hostages taken during the October 7th attack, I urge my colleagues to support HRES 888 and HRES 793 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Mr. Speaker, the Jewish people have connections to the State of Israel that go back thousands of years. Indeed, the Jewish people are indigenous to that land. Yes, Israel has a right to exist. This multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious nation, a nation of laws, a nation with free speech and free press, a nation of innovation, a vibrant, thriving democracy. This incredible country has much to teach the world and will continue to do so. This country, our only democratic ally in the Middle East, is here to stay. This resolution puts the House of Representatives on record as affirming the State of Israel's right to exist. It recognizes that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism. It rejects calls for Israel's destruction and the elimination of the only Jewish state, and condemns the October 7th Hamas-led terrorist attack on the State of Israel and its people. I strongly support this resolution, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should be clear by now to each and every member of this body on both sides of the aisle and every American that Israel has a right to exist. This sentiment is unequivocal and is a critical point to unequivocally voice now in our allies' time of need. Harry Truman recognized the State of Israel 11 minutes after its founding. For 75 years, the United States and Israel have had a special bond. Israel is the only multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy in the Middle East. It is a beacon of hope, of freedom, of opportunity. If anyone in this body believes that they do not have the right to exist, please explain to us and the American people what nation does. This is a simple vote, and every member should be on record in support of Israel's right to exist. If they cannot muster the courage to support Israel's right to exist, at this moment, they don't belong in Congress, period. This is a simple vote, and I encourage all of my colleagues to stand with Israel, to defend and reaffirm their very right to exist, and defend the right of the Jewish people to practice their faith. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 888? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being
Mr.
in
Speaker,
the affirmative.
I request the yeas and nays.
Man from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 683.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 683. Resolution expressing support for the diplomatic relations required to encourage the government of Mexico to fulfill its water deliveries on an annual basis to the United States under the treaty between the United States and Mexico regarding the utilization of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers and of the Rio Grande.
To the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure. Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, stretching from the mountains of Colorado to the Gulf of Mexico, the Rio Grande River also forms over 1,200 miles of the international border between the United States and Mexico. The Treaty on Utilization of Waters of the Colorado and Tijuana Rivers and of the Rio Grande, signed in 1944, secures consistent and dependable water supplies for both countries, which is critically important in our desert Southwest. The treaty obligates Mexico to make available to the U.S. not less than 350,000 acre-feet of water per year from the main channel of the Rio Grande, averaged over a consecutive 5-year period. However, since 1994, Mexico has, on multiple occasions, failed to fulfill its Rio Grande water delivery commitments. The latest data indicates that we have now moved into year 4 of the 5-year cycle, and Mexico is in arrears of over 680,000 acre-feet of water, nearly 2 full years' worth. Mexico's recurring failure has reached real-world repercussions, especially for American farmers and ranchers who have suffered devastating crop and cattle losses. U.S. diplomats and officials must urge Mexico to honor its commitments and establish regulations to regularize water deliveries. With this resolution, the House of Representatives affirms its support for the United States to use its resources to secure compliance by the Mexican government. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz, for introducing this bipartisan measure, which received unanimous support in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 683, introduced by my colleague, Representative Monica de la Cruz. I had the opportunity to support this resolution as it made its way through the House Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this month, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting its passage here. Mr. Speaker, climate change has led to more prevalent and severe climate events across North America and has affected us all. Lack of rain, for example, has caused severe drought, impacting farming communities and businesses that provide critical crops and jobs. Rising temperatures have affected the volume and distribution of rainfall and snowfall over time. And without water, farmers have had to make difficult choices about whether to plant their crops, resulting in major losses all around. In these challenging times, I recognize the importance of engaging constructively with our neighbors to resolve issues which may seem local but have broad global implications and downstream effects. One instance where we must improve our international cooperation concerns the share of water between the United States and Mexico from the Colorado and the Tijuana rivers and of the Rio Grande. Mr. Speaker, H.Res. 683 recognizes that as farmers in South Texas experience greater water shortages, we must work with the government of Mexico to ensure its deliveries of water to the U.S. are made more consistent and timely, and encourages new commitments to be made for that purpose. I'm particularly impressed by the International Boundary and Water Commission's engagement this year to advance the goals of the 1944 treaty relating to the utilization of waters of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers and of the Rio Grande. The Commission's work to ensure that commitments made to distribute water are upheld in a timely manner and in the right quantities have not gone unnoticed. No doubt these changes in regular access to water will have a positive impact on those who grow food and livestock we depend on. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the dialogue and diplomacy necessary to confront this urgent issue. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative De La Cruz, the author of this resolution.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Today I rise in support of House Resolution 683. This is a matter of the utmost importance that it impacts the lives and livelihoods of families in South Texas and across all of America. The ongoing drought and resulting water scarcity in the Rio Grande Valley represents a crisis for our farmers and our communities. Under the 1944 Water Treaty, our neighbors in Mexico have pledged to supply the United States of America with an average of 350,000 acre-feet of water annually over a 5-year cycle. Unfortunately, there have been consistent delays in meeting these obligations, which have severely affected American agriculture. The absence of adequate water threatens to drastically reduce their yields, potentially cutting their usual production in half. This situation poses a threat not only to local communities, but also to our national food security, escalating the costs for American families and increasing our reliance on imported produce. This shortfall is also leading to stringent water restrictions in our community, further burdening families and businesses. It is therefore incumbent upon the Mexican government to fulfill their treaty obligations. It is not fair for American families, American farmers, and ranchers to be penalized due to non-compliance by Mexico. In response to this pressing issue, I introduced this bipartisan House resolution which expresses support for the diplomatic relations necessary to ensure Mexico adheres to the 1944 Water Treaty. This resolution emphasizes the need for consistent water delivery to the United States and encourages renewed commitments to uphold the annual water deliveries. I want to express my sincere thanks to the bipartisan coalition of House members, including my esteemed colleague Henry Cuellar, for their support in bringing the resolution to the House floor. Additionally, I would like to also thank my fellow Texan, Chairman Michael McCaul, for his efforts with this resolution. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan House resolution. Again, it is crucial that the 1944 Water Treaty be honored, as it provides vital support for American farmers who are pivotal in sustaining our nation's food supply. On behalf of my community and all of South Texas, I thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close as well.
Okay. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, This resolution recognizes that as farmers in South Texas are suffering from water shortages, dialogue and diplomacy will be critical to ensuring that water deliveries from the government of Mexico, per the 1944 treaty, are made in a timely and consistent manner. HRES 683 supports the negotiations being undertaken to secure water deliveries on an annual basis, which would allow farmers to have predictable quantities of water for their crops and their livestock. I strongly support this resolution and urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution 683? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and agreed to: House Resolution 793 and House Resolution 888. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 793, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 793, resolution calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during October 2023 attack on Israel.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 414 and the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Mr. Ryan Cowley, Director of Elections, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, State of Utah, containing unofficial results of the special election for a representative to Congress for the 2nd Congressional District of Utah held on November 21, 2023. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from Utah, the Honorable Celeste Malloy, be permitted to take the oath of office today. Her certificate of election has not yet arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to her election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect Malloy and members of the Utah delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
Yes.
Congratulations, you are now a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Dean of the Utah delegation, I have the distinct honor to rise today to introduce the newest member of the House of Representatives, Celeste Malloy. Celeste was born in southern Utah, raised in rural Nevada, and then as an adult chose Utah as her home. Celeste earned an agricultural degree from Southern Utah University in Cedar City, which she now calls home. She began her career in public service as a soil conservationist at the USDA in Beaver, Utah, also located within her district, where she worked for 10 years. She left Beaver to go to law school at BYU in my hometown, and she was a student while I was mayor, where she got her law degree. Since beginning her late career, she's worked as a deputy county attorney, a public lands attorney for the Utah Association of Counties, and most recently as the chief legal counsel to former Congressman Chris Stewart. In a special election, Celeste assembled a coalition of both rural and urban voters. She was unafraid to stand for conservative principles, calling for debate in each of her 13 counties. In her district, she's known to be a hard worker, level-headed, and consistently conservative. We were all a little surprised that she won the election, since the last thing she won was her 7th grade spelling bee. But the secret to her heart is simple. Offer her a Dr. Pepper and her #1 food stable, cottage cheese, or better yet, ask her about her 90-year-old grandmother, who is her biggest political fan and best critic, or her other grandmother, who was her roommate when she was in high school and they worked at the same truck stop. She is the 4th of 6 kids, which means this is how we do families in Utah, which means that most of her life she's been in a bunk bed. Finally, you will remember her predecessor, Chris Stewart, was known for having several speed records around the world in his plane. Celeste does not have a flight speed record, but I hear, unbeknownst to the Utah Highway Patrol, she has several speed records on I-15 in her district. I am now honored to yield to my fellow Utahn, Celeste Malloy.
It is an absolute honor and privilege to be here right now. It's very humbling. Because this is a special election, they let me have a few friends and family come in the gallery, and I just want everyone on the floor to notice how many people are up here to support me. I have talked a lot on the campaign trail, and the media has talked a lot about how I went to college on a scholarship I won in an FFA soil judging contest. Thank you. I was very involved in FFA in high school, and my freshman year, I memorized the FFA creed and then participated in a creed speaking contest where I totally lost, and I repeated one of the paragraphs 3 times. But in the first paragraph, which I had down pat, there's a sentence that says, "I believe in the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us through the struggles of former years." And I think that perfectly describes how I feel right now about being a member of the United States House of Representatives. I believe in the promise of better days through better ways. I'm excited to be here now when there are really important conversations happening and when an individual can have a huge impact. And I also want to acknowledge the struggles of former years and that we live in an absolutely wonderful, great country because of the people who came before us and had important conversations and struggles and inched us ever closer to the ideal, the American dream, the principles that are embodied in our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. So I just want to humbly say how excited I am to be here and how much it means to me to be representing the people in Utah's 2nd Congressional District. I don't take that title lightly. I want to make sure my constituents know that I'm here to truly represent them and that I'm optimistic, that I'm excited to serve, and that I understand what a great honor and what a rare privilege it is to be standing here on the House floor right now giving a speech. So thank you.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from Utah, the whole number of the House is 435. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 888, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 888, resolution reaffirming the State of Israel's right to exist.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 1, with 1 member voting present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you. Come on, guys. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I stand here with the Jersey delegation. I rise today to mark the passing of my predecessor and my friend, Congressman Herb Klein. Herb only served 1 term in this institution, but he was a giant for New Jersey. Herb only served 1 term. Our communities are tight-knit, hard-scrabble, fiercely loyal, and Herb embodied those qualities. It was Herb who laid the groundwork for what Passaic County is today. He helped build it. Herb Klein was a brilliant lawyer, a remarkable public servant, and a great human being. He was always accessible and always available. Over the years, I cannot count the number of times I called on Herb for his wisdom, and I will miss his counsel and I will miss his friendship. We send our love and admiration to Herb's family, Roger and all the kids and friends in their time of mourning. And I ask the House to join me in a moment of silence in memory of Herb Klein. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H-Res 878, submitted by Mr. Guest, providing for the expulsion of Representative George Santos from the United States House of Representatives. Whereas Representative George Santos is a member of the United States House of Representatives. Whereas soon after his election in November of 2022, Representative Santos's background came under public scrutiny. Whereas on February 28, 2023, the Committee on Ethics of the House unanimously voted to impanel an investigative subcommittee, hereinafter in this resolution referred to as the ISC, to review whether Representative Santos may have engaged in unlawful activity with respect to his 2022 congressional campaign, failed to properly disclose required information on statements filed with the House, violated federal conflict of interest laws in connection with his role in a firm providing fiduciary services, and engaged in sexual misconduct towards an individual seeking employment in his congressional office. Whereas the ISC met 9 times, and over the course of the investigation, authorized 37 subpoenas and 43 voluntary requests for information, RFIs, leading to its receipt of over 172,000 pages of documents, contacted or interviewed over 40 witnesses, and reviewed materials received from the Office of Congressional Ethics and relevant court records. Whereas the ISC determined in its investigation that there was substantial evidence of violations of federal law, the rules of the House, and other applicable standards related to many of the allegations charged in the indictment, and substantial evidence of additional unlawful and unethical conduct not charged in the indictment. Whereas these additional violations relate to falsely reported loans reportedly received by his 2020 Campaign and Leadership Political Action Committee, GADS PAC, improper loan repayments to himself, systemic reporting errors in his 2020 and 2022 campaigns, Federal Election Commission filings, and substantial evidence that campaign funds were converted to personal use. Whereas the ISC also identified additional errors and omissions in his 2020 and 2022 financial disclosure statements, as well as violations of federal law and the rules of the House related to his unfiled 2021 and 2023 financial disclosure statements, which were not charged in the indictment. Whereas the ISC also found that Representative Santos failed to meet his duty of candor with respect to the ISC's investigation and instead presented the ISC with misrepresentations and delay tactics. Whereas on May 10, 2023, Representative Santos was charged in federal court in the Eastern District of New York with wire fraud in connection with a fraudulent political contribution scheme, unlawful monetary transactions in connection with the wire fraud allegations, theft of public money in connection with his alleged receipt of unemployment benefits, fraudulent application for and receipt of unemployment benefits, and false statements in connection with his 2020 and 2022 House of Representatives financial disclosure statements. Whereas Nancy Marks, who served as treasurer to Representative Santos's campaign, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud, falsifying records, and identity theft in connection with the Santos campaign. Whereas a superseding indictment was filed on October 10, 2023, charging Representative Santos with additional violations related to his 2022 campaign, including allegations of falsifying Federal Election Commission reports in connection with a $500,000 personal loan that was never made, falsifying the names of contributors to his campaign, engaging in aggravated identity theft and access device fraud, and enriching himself through a fraudulent contribution scheme. Whereas Sam Mealy, who served as a fundraiser to Representative Santos's campaign, pleaded guilty to a federal wire fraud charge after impersonating a senior congressional aide for the purposes of soliciting funds. Whereas the ISC that was established to review the allegations against Representative Santos adopted a report of its findings and submitted the report to the full committee. Whereas the Committee on Ethics of the House unanimously voted to adopt the ISC report based on the investigation, providing substantial evidence that Representative Santos, 1, knowingly caused his campaign committee to file false or incomplete reports with the Federal Election Commission, used campaign funds for personal purposes, engaged in fraudulent conduct in connection with Redstone Strategies, LLC, and engaged in knowing and willful violations of the Ethics in Government Act as it relates to his financial disclosure statements filed with the House. 2, was a knowing and active participant in the wrongdoing, and 3, was given an opportunity pursuant to Committee Rule 17B to submit a signed written statement responding to the allegations raised in a complaint filed by his fellow members but did not do so. Whereas the ISC, 1, requested that Representative Santos provide all documents and information responsive to his request for information, but he did not do so. 2, asked Representative Santos to voluntarily testify, but he did not do so. And 3, provided Representative Santos the opportunity pursuant to Committee Rule 19B3 to provide a statement under oath, but he did not do so. Whereas a member of the House of Representatives, Representative Santos must be held accountable to the highest standards of conduct in order to safeguard the public's faith in this institution. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America charges the House with policing the behavior of its own members, and the House should take action against Representative Santos commensurate with his violations of federal law and the rules of the House. And whereas, given his egregious violations, Representative George Santos is not fit to serve as a member of the United States House of Representatives. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States of America, Representative George Santos be and hereby is expelled from the United States House of Representatives.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from New York will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at a time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize a hero, a trailblazer, and an inspiration to all, astronaut Virgil Gus Grissom. Growing up in Indiana, I'm honored to pay tribute to this remarkable man as he is inducted into the Indiana Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Gus Grissom's contributions to space exploration are tremendous. He was one of America's original astronauts. In 1961, he made history when he became the second American to travel to space. He later commanded the Gemini 3 mission, paving the way for the moon landing. Gus was a man of courage, unwavering dedication, and profound commitment to his country. Gus was a native son of Indiana, born and raised in Mitchell. He embodied the spirit of the heartland and carried those values into space. Though his life was tragically cut short during a pre-launch test for the Apollo 1 missions, his legacy continues. He exemplified the qualities that define our military veterans: bravery, sacrifice, and service to a cause greater than oneself. Today, we remember Gus Grissom not just for his achievements in space exploration and service to his country, but for the inspiration he continues to provide to countless Americans, young and old. His name will forever be etched in the archives of American history. As we honored him with this induction into the Indiana Military Veterans Hall of Fame this month, let us be reminded of the courageous spirit of exploration and of the bravery of all of our veterans who've made the ultimate sacrifice. Gus Grissom's legacy lives on, and we are privileged to celebrate his life and achievements. May his memory continue to inspire generations to come.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great trailblazer from my district, Winona Lippman. Ms. Lippman was the first African-American woman to be elected to the New Jersey State Senate in 1971. And she was the longest-serving senator in New Jersey's history when she passed in 1999. During her 27 years in the state Senate, she fought for the rights of children, minorities, and the LGBT community. She was a crucial member of the Governor's Advisory Council on AIDS and Task Force on Child Abuse and Neglect. And her work earned her an induction into New Jersey's Women's Hall of Fame in 1998. Her legacy lives on throughout my district. There is the Winona Lippman Ethnic Studies Center at Kean University. There is the Winona Lippman Child Advocacy Center for Abused Children. And also there is the future Winona Lippman Courthouse in Essex County. She was an exceptional leader, and I'm proud to recognize her on the House floor today. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a distinguished World War II veteran, Judd Birchfield of Rockland Township in Venango County. He celebrated his 102nd birthday on Sunday, November 19th. Mr. Birchfield is believed to be the oldest veteran in Venango County. He grew up in Mount Joy and later returned to the area following his service in World War II. Over the course of the war, Mr. Birchfield was an auto equipment mechanic as part of the Army Air Corps. He spent time in both North Africa and Italy, and he eventually rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant.
Because of his courage, he was awarded the European, African, Middle Eastern Theater Ribbon and a Bronze Star, a Good Conduct Medal, and the World War II Victory Medal. After returning home to Venango County, Mr. Birchfield started his own farm, raising just about every farm animal. He started his own business, B&M Farm Supply, and worked for Richland Township, running a road grader and a backhoe. Thank you, Mr. Birchfield, for your gallant service to our country, and I wish you the happiest birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the exceptional achievements of the women's cross-country team at North Carolina State University. Go Pack! The Wolfpack women have dominated the NCAA once again, winning their third national championship in a row. Senior Sam Bush and All-American Caitlin Toohey helped NC State storm to victory in a close finish against Northern Arizona. With their latest trophy, the NC State women's cross-country team has now passed the men's basketball team for the most national titles in the university's history. In addition, no college team has won 3 straight women's cross-country titles since Stanford in 2007. Far too often, outstanding women athletes don't get the recognition that they deserve. I am proud to represent the Wolfpack women and congratulate them on their fantastic accomplishments. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was grateful last weekend as chairman of the Commission for Security and Cooperation in Europe to chair the American delegation for the fall meeting in Yerevan, Armenia. Parliamentarians from nearly 50 countries were present, with sessions led by OSCE Parliamentary Assembly President Pia Kalma of Finland. Armenian head of delegation, Sargis Kandanyan, was a very successful host for the warm Armenian welcome. Sessions featured active participation of many productive points of view on corruption as a fundamental threat and respect for all people affected by conflict. There was wide recognition the civilized world is sadly in conflict, as we did not choose, of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law, as war criminal Putin has invaded Ukraine and Iran puppet Hamas invading Israel. It was impressive the dynamic economy of Armenia, 9 time zones and 6,441 miles from Washington. It was encouraging to meet National Assembly Deputy Speaker Ruben Rubinian, serving as a special envoy on normalization with Turkey, America's valued NATO ally. God bless Armenia. God bless America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, imagine at the age of 3, been taken out of the arms of your dying father by terrorists, and having a birthday turning 4 years old as a hostage. Indeed, this was the case for Abigail Adnan, who was taken at the hands of Hamas terrorists. The story doesn't stop here. Not only did they kill her father, but they also killed her mother. Abigail, I remind you, Madam Speaker, is an American citizen. Her young life has been forever scarred by this unspeakable tragedy. At the calls for the release of hostages, Abigail's return brings us relief, but also highlights the urgent need for Hamas terrorists to free all citizens still held captive
Immediately, as Abigail returns to her brother and sister, it is time for all hostages to embrace their loved ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ariel Brown, a teacher at Savannah Legacy Academy, on her recent 2023 First Tee National Teacher of the Year Award. First Tee is a youth development organization that enables children to develop personally, athletically, and socially through golf lessons. A First Tee alum herself, Mrs. Brown was the first coach at First Tee Savannah when the chapter relaunched in 2021. The organization is making the game more accessible to youth, and it is clearly working as they currently have more than 3 million children in the program nationwide. Ms. Brown's involvement in First Tee shows her commitment to students in and out of the classroom. I want to thank her for her efforts to help guide her students intellectually, socially, and athletically. Congratulations, Ariel, on this wonderful accomplishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor the life and memory of Robert Denzel Jones, Jr., a resident of Texas's 7th Congressional District, where he served his neighbors and our community as a United States letter carrier. His commitment to going above and beyond earned him the nickname Super Postman, as his radiant smile and diligent work impacted people he met on the job. Tragically, he was killed in a hit-and-run accident while he was working to make sure the U.S. mail was delivered. The work that Robert and letter carriers like him do in our community is critically important, whether it's connecting loved ones with letters or delivering essential packages. He was not only an outstanding letter carrier, he was an exceptional father to his daughter, Riley Love Jones, a loving partner to Jayla Anderson, and a beloved son to his proud parents, Robert and Felicia Jones. That's how he will be remembered, as he should be: a father, a son, a partner, a super postman, and a beloved member of our community. May his memory be a blessing, and may his service be an example to us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've introduced the bipartisan Indian Buffalo Management Act to create a permanent buffalo program at the U.S. Department of the Interior and help promote the develop tribal capacity to manage buffalo. The act provides secure, consistent funding for tribes and tribal organizations that have an established buffalo herd and management program, as well as provides resources for tribes that would like to establish new herds of buffalo. This bill passed out of the House last Congress and was led by my dear friend, our late Congressman from Alaska, Mr. Don Young. This bill will help bolster tribal sovereignty, create economic opportunities, and ensure a stable supply of nutritious, locally sourced meat for them. Additionally, the American buffalo has a deep historical and cultural connection to many tribes and has always held great meaning for Indian peoples. Buffalo provided the tribes with everything from clothing to food to shelter to utensils to pouches to headdresses to containers and much more. It is impossible to overstate their importance to Native Americans historically and to this day culturally, as well as all Americans as a symbol of the rugged West. This program will greatly help with the Intertribal Buffalo Council's goal of restoring buffalo herds on Indian reservation lands. I hope we can get the support for that and get it out of the House, out of the Senate, in front of the President. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what America makes and grows America and grows our middle class. Thus, let me applaud the Biden administration's decision to utilize the Defense Production Act to reshore the domestic manufacturing of essential medicines critical for our national security. This move is a strategic response to the challenges America faces, particularly keeping inflation in check and healing the vulnerabilities in our pharmaceutical supply chain. The book RX China highlights the growing number of our country's reliance on foreign-made medicines, particularly from China. They pose a significant national security risk to both our military and civilian sectors. The Defense Production Act offers a vital tool to onshore and increase domestic production of essential medicines. In a world where the availability of essential medicines can be a matter of life and death, our nation must take strong measures to re-secure our domestic pharmaceutical supply chain. The Defense Production Act is a significant step toward achieving this goal. What America makes and grows a stronger and more secure America. I yield back and thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Librería Girón, a family-run Spanish-language bookstore in my district that will be closing its doors after 50 years, at a time when Spanish-language books were hard to find in Chicago. Ada Alicia Girón, a former elementary school teacher from Guatemala, and her husband, Julio Girón, opened an electronics shop in 1957. An educator at heart, Alicia Girón placed a stack of Spanish-language books in the shop next to televisions and radios, and to her surprise became the shop's main selling point. Librería Girón went on to become a beacon of knowledge to immigrant communities, and at its peak expanded to 10 locations in Chicago. As Librería Girón prepares to close its doors for good, I would like to thank the Girón family for their service to the Little Village and Pilsen communities and for fostering a love of books and spanning generations. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is with great pride that I rise to pay tribute and honor the activities of the first great lady, First Lady, that I ever had the opportunity to know, and that is First Lady Rosalynn Carter, who was funeralized earlier today. As a young activist in health, as we organized and tried to organize community health centers, community mental health centers, along with us was First Lady Rosalynn Carter, who was often at the meetings. Sometimes she wouldn't say anything. She'd take notes, but just knowing that not only did we have a friend in the White House, in President Carter, but we also had a great friend and advocate in the person of First Lady Rosalynn Carter. May she rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, the junior senator from Alabama said that our military has never been weaker in his lifetime. Of course, that statement is false. Our military has never been stronger, not just in the history of our country, but in the history of any country. And this is just the latest example of what happens when we allow partisan politics to infect everything. And we shouldn't let this moment pass without acknowledging how destructive it is for our country when you can just say anything you want without any concern about whether or not it's true. And we also should acknowledge the 2 million service members who have dedicated their lives to defending the right of that senator to smear them. They're owed an apology, although I assure you, none is coming. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a source of immense pride that numerous prospective high school graduates in my district aspire to join a service academy. Following a rigorous selection process, I have put forth nominations for 29 applicants, and thus far, 4 of them have received appointments to academies. Alex Gao from Levittown has been appointed to West Point. David Yoon from Great Neck, appointed to West Point. Joseph Kim from Little Neck to West Point. And Tanner Schultz from Northport to the Merchant Marine Academy. Embarking on the journey of attending a service academy is no easy feat. It requires diligent effort to master your chosen major and acquire the necessary knowledge to serve your country upon graduation 4 years later. I feel privileged to have had the opportunity to nominate all 29 applicants. I anticipate the appointment of many more nominees from New York's 3rd District to serve in the coming weeks. Madam Speaker, we just hosted the Congressional App Challenge recently, and this week we revealed the winner of the Congressional App for New York's 3rd District. Richard Hsu emerged victorious from New York's 3rd District with his innovation creation Volun Hour, an app designed to streamline the tracking of volunteer hours. Amongst the 17 impressive applicants from my district, each contributing fantastic app ideas, Richard Hsu's Volun Hour stood out as the winning entry. Richard cited his passion for volunteering and community service as the driving force behind the creation of this app. He started a volunteer organization with a small group of friends, witnessing its expansion from 5 members to 30. Throughout this experience, he recognized the cumbersome and time-consuming nature of tracking volunteer hours, promoting him to develop a solution. Congratulations, Richard, and a big shout out to all the participants from the 3rd District of New York who submitted applications to the Congressional App Challenge. Well done. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to discuss my office. Regarding my team, they consistently dedicate substantial effort to handle casework for our constituents. We operate from 3 locations, 2 within the 3rd District of New York and 1 in Washington, D.C., ensuring accessibility and a commitment to serving the residents of New York's 3rd District. To this day, we have received a total of 1,286 cases. We've successfully solved 1,149 cases, leaving us with 137 cases currently under the diligent attention of my team. The completed work cases encompass a variety of matters, including passports, immigration issues, and a distinctive case like securing a Purple Heart Medal for the surviving family members of a World War I hero. The work my office does not go unnoticed, and I and the constituents of the 3rd District of New York are extremely grateful, and I thank my entire team for all the hard work that they've put forward throughout these last couple of months. Madam Speaker, on the matter of expulsion, we are now going down a 3rd attempt for a privilege resolution to expel me from the House of Representatives this week. Just introduced one earlier today, and just earlier this evening we had a second. Here's the case in point. In history, 5 members of Congress have been expelled. All 5 had suffered convictions in a court. All 5 had due process. This expulsion vote simply undermines and underscores the precedent that we've had in this chamber. It starts and puts us in a new direction, a dangerous one that sets a very dangerous precedent for the future. Are we to now assume that one is no longer innocent until proven guilty, and they are in fact guilty until proven innocent? Or are we now to simply assume that because somebody doesn't like you, they get to throw you out of your job? Or better more, does the Constitution bear no consequence, where a duly elected member of the House of Representatives is elected by the general public but then a couple of politicians decide that they don't like that person. These are all matters and questions that can be brought up. But I'll leave it at this. The process in which the Ethics Committee engaged was incomplete, irresponsible, and littered with hyperbole and littered with biased opinions. The chairman of the committee himself admitted that it wasn't the full extensive process, and therefore he couldn't recommend from the committee a punishment or action. Therefore, cheapening the process of the Ethics Committee, cheapening the process that this country has expected from this chamber. Look, it is not a right to be a member of Congress. The media will always remind me of that every time I talk to them. But it is a privilege that you work hard for, and you get elected to Congress as a privilege to represent those who have chosen you. Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that due process matters and that we should all be very concerned about the way that we are conducting this process. I ask that all my colleagues in the House consider and understand what this means for the future. And to set the record straight and put this in the record, I will not be resigning. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.